All right, good evening, everyone. Before we start our regular session at 7:30, we do have a work session. It's continued from a few meetings to discuss the town council's fiscal year, the term of the town council's goals and objectives. Mike Marion did write up a little synopsis. I don't know if the rest of the council members had a chance to look at it, sort of simplify, but elaborate on some of our basic, aligned, top 4 or 5 goals and objectives. I know we looked at a few different representations of what this looks like for us, but I think now that we have a full half hour, we can sort of dive into this a little further. Any thoughts? I think our top 5 are pretty consistent. New high school project, making sure it's built timely and within cost constraints, expanding the affordable housing options in town, moving forward with reuse of vacant town properties, Wakefield School, South Road School, and Oliver Watson property, expanding commercial mixed-use zoning throughout town to encourage more development that increases business activity, hopefully translates to more job opportunities, and also increases the tax base in town. And then lastly, providing tax relief, specifically in the form of homestead exemption, that passed the House, Senate, and by a no signing within 7 days of the passing of the legislature, that becomes law. So we do have the authorization to move forward with the homestead exemption, so that's going to be a priority for us in this term. Those are sort of the top 5 that I think we've been consistent on. We just got to figure out a way for what works for us in terms of words to put on paper to sort of enact and sort of stand by the rest of this term. So, any thoughts?
Just for the benefit of the council, what I did was I started with the 5 pages that the town manager gave us at the last meeting and tried to synthesize it into a few narrative sentences like I had talked about then that incorporated all of the basic ideas without going into page after page after page.
So we did have a suggestion that I thought we had consensus on. It's like a mission statement at the beginning about financial responsibility and good stewardship. So that's not there?
It appears to be there. You see, it's right at the beginning before we even get into the numbering of the objectives.
Active stewards of the town's assets and taxpayers' interests.
Okay, well, I would like it changed a little bit, but.
Yeah, I think one of the things that to go along with Councilwoman Gardner's point is that we put together a lot of these goals and objectives prior to the new administration. So I would like to maybe add something in there which sort of relates to us being able to, act in the best interest of the taxpayer and nimbly respond to whatever comes our way and to, stand. I don't know what I want to say. I just want to say that everything has changed since the beginning of the year. And while all of these things here are very important, but we also have to really closely keep our eye on the ball on what's happening in Washington as it flows down through the General Assembly and to us. We're going to be faced with, I think, some challenges. And it's going to be very important that the 5 of us provide strong and good, united leadership because I think that financially we're going to have to really make decisions. And I just think something like that.
I agree, it is very uncertain. I want to go, do we want to edit some of these things or do we want to just talk about the feedback? So I like where it started. What I would say is the disposition, maybe that's a legal word, but to me it sounds negative, like because it comes from disposal. So like, maybe like,
How about reuse?
yeah, repurpose, some, do
That's fine.
you see what I'm saying? Not that
Reuse
it's
slash
bad,
repurpose, that's fine.
it's just not like kind, like positive. I feel like that's, and I also wonder about the adoption of a homestead exemption. I think that's the goal, but I don't know if it can be done in a year and a half. It could, it could be, it's just hard to, in the sequencing, because if you need a registry first, you only have 18 months, you're nodding. So I'm like,
Yeah, no, that's why it's worded the way it is.
it's worded that way,
The goal is the adoption.
right?
The goal is the adoption, but the prerequisite to that is the rental registry, because we cannot make a decision in a vacuum. We need the data first.
Right.
So, but I'm open to any suggestion on how to
So
phrase that.
Exactly. So it's not necessarily adoption, but it's like investigate, and then it's some other word, because adoption, because if
Just
you're
work toward.
correct, because it's either you're black, it's a black and white adoption, either you did or didn't do it. But there's a lot of work that we have really yet to begin. The legislation is like step one of maybe several. So I don't know how to change that, but
How about work toward adoption?
I don't know. I'd have to like Google a few better words. But yeah, I mean, I think it's important, because then people assume if your goal is adoption, it's a pass fail.
No, I get the concept.
So
Well, I think the goal is adoption. I mean, the goal is not just exploration. I mean, we've been clear that we're going to be active in exploring that.
correct, but it might not happen. For it to happen in the next 18 months, there's a lot. It might not go into effect until 2027 taxes.
If I may, Mr. President, I understand completely where Councilman Berger is coming from. I definitely don't want to overpromise in these goals and to get it in 18 months, right? But I will say that we are looking into affordable housing, and some of these projects could take a very long time, and they're part of our goals and objectives. And so I also had a different question. We had 5 goals before. Did we take one out, or?
Maybe merge one.
There were a couple that were sort of merged from the 5-page that we had. If you notice, there was like 4A and 4B on the earlier version. I just tried to combine everything together.
And because we got this today, I think the only suggestion that I would probably add into that, it could be under environmental sustainability, but I think that, addressing the town's role in strengthening and hardening our properties and for climate change is going to be something that we could put in there a little bit more strongly. Because of, in our term, we're going to have changing climates, whether either from Washington or from our coast, and this town council,
Or both.
both. I think that this town council has been a great, and before, the past council has been a great advocate for public access and for strengthening the rights of ways with the harbor master and the waterfront committee. And so potentially if we could, we are already doing that, and it's something that we could maybe put in there as well. But just a couple thoughts. And I also agree with Councilman Berger that I'm okay with changing up the mission statement a little bit to more hone in on our tax saving and our fiscal responsibility.
I think everything is there. It just needs a flipping, because I think the first thing we should say is we are responsible to the community, the responsible use of their tax dollars. Above all, that's the main thing we do. And
that's
then
literally in there.
right, but it's not the first. If you only read the first 10 lines, the 10 words, you don't see that. You skim quick. So I'm just saying I would put that prominent. It's at the middle.
So we could, the town's social, economic, and fiscal, and environmental sustainability.
I don't know. I have to print it.
All right, I think, we have a decent sort of beginning message that leads into, our objectives. My position, I think it should be 5. I think we kind of talked a little bit at a previous meeting. Instead of sort of making, one goal being a 1A, 1B, I'd like it to be 5. I think those 5 are sort of how I outlined them from the beginning. I like number 1 here, discuss this new high school. 2, expand affordable housing. 3, reuse the town properties. 4, homestead exemption. And then 5 would be expansion of commercial development. But really, it's expansion of commercial and mixed-use zoning, which would allow for more development, commercial or housing, or both. I think that's important. We have a very small portion of our town zone commercial. I think, it's imperative we do that to help, expand the tax base, allow for business development, hopefully encourage more jobs. And that can also hopefully lead to, more, people working locally, living locally, in tandem with our, hope to develop more affordable housing in town. So I think it should be 5. I think we can easily add the 5th one here, take some out of, one of the other ones here. In terms of the beginning message, I think it's clear that, the 5 goals are with the following things in mind, being, taxpayer friendly, what's in the interest of the taxpayers, and proceeding with that in mind. What's sustainable as far as, environmentally sustainable. I think it's clear that we have that there. And then socially as well. So I think, that as long as we can sort of lead in being nimble, being environmentally friendly, having the taxpayer in mind in our first paragraph message, then I think we can sort of get away from including that in its own separate, one of 5. That's how I see it. Go ahead.
So maybe we could say something like, we're committed to financial responsibility, and then something part of, it's important that we protect and preserve what residents enjoy, including environmental concerns. Something, because I feel like, not really saying anything correctly tonight, there's a piece about helping residents, like Kai said, live and enjoy the quality of life that they want and have come to appreciate about living here. People live here and enjoy living here for a lot of reasons, and we understand that, and we want to protect, maintain, enhance all of those aspects, whether it's environmental, social services, housing opportunities. So that's that piece that gets Jay, Patty, and Rory, and me, and financial, and Mike is the whatever, right?
Agreed.
I think that's, well stated, Tabitha.
Succinctly.
Pretty succinct, yeah.
I'm sorry. Mr. President, so expanding on number 5, what's the reason that we are changing our mixed-use zoning in commercial space? It's to support the rich tapestry of the small businesses and nonprofits we have in South Kingstown, and potentially that could be layered into that because of how much of a positive impact our small businesses and nonprofits have on our community. From sports teams to raising funds for people that are sick. I mean, they're out there every day. So potentially that could be layered into number 5.
Good.
You could also just have as number 5 is support the number of initiatives designed to enhance the town's well-being, EMS, the library. There's also a catch-all to all of that. Because I'm looking at the lists that we have from an email, the list, and that's missing, and also trying to be a good partner with the hospital and URI. So, recognizing our role to preserve and protect and enhance.
Yeah, we could add that as number 6, I think.
Is something. It's like a...
All right, so...
It is First Responder Month, so...
Right. So
this needs a little bit more work. Perhaps we could sort of work with this a little bit outside of a meeting, maybe perhaps some edits from town administration sent to us via email. Each of us individually could, take a look at some input, and then we could hopefully have this in sort of a final state at a subsequent meeting that we could sort of just say, all right, we like it, we can pass it. It's going to be difficult to sort of get this to a point where we can say we agree with its contents, let's pass it tonight. And I hate to see us just continue this to another meeting, do the same thing, as we've already done this 3 times.
Because we can't edit in real time, but
Yeah.
we could.
Yep, so, we've been at it for a while, a few months.
Yeah.
So what I would request from each council member that has a suggestion, email your specific suggestion,
Okay.
how you want it formatted, your suggestion, we can forward that to the 5 council members, then we can all get together again and put an X or an O or whatever, how you want it done, then we'll put it back into a format like this, because it's extremely difficult to coordinate 5 minds and put it with everyone agreeing on that. Put what you want, then you 5 can just pick and choose what you want to move forward with in the final product.
So my question is for Mike about what's the role of this document in terms of open meetings? Could we have because it's not it's our sort of internal public thing, but
Still subject to open meetings law,
It
which
is.
means 2 of you could discuss it.
okay.
So 2 of you can always discuss anything. But once you get to the 3rd, that's an open meetings violation even with this. So as Jim is suggesting, if each of you individually sends him all your comments, he can then send them back out to all of you.
Okay.
You can respond back to Jim, but you can't respond to all, right?
Mr. President, I just wanted to give a couple kudos to our Vice President Marin for condensing this and giving us a firm foundation to work on going forward. So thank you, my friend.
Thank you. How would people feel about a special meeting for like an hour and a half just to do this, to wrap it up after the process Mike just described? Because we don't want to get wrapped up in the middle of another meeting, having this take up what may be, we don't know, but maybe a substantial amount of time.
I think we're not sure if we need to commit to that yet. I think we should sort of see how this document distribution amongst us, and then back to you with edits sort of yields. And then if it sort of continues to be at a point where we're not ready to pass the goals and objectives for the term, then we'll talk about a special meeting.
So maybe amongst the 5 of you, you can discuss a deadline that you can get an email to me, and then as Mike said, we'll be very cognizant of the parameters we have to operate in.
Okay? All right. Thank you, Jim. All right, any other thoughts?
I think we definitely need a deadline.
All right, let's talk about that now.
Next Monday,
Yep.
we're to get back to Jim. And
Monday.
then, Jim, we can have it by the next town council meeting. Is that all right?
By the end of the day, next Monday.
Correct.
Yeah, so a week from today, is that what you're saying? And then we'll prepare it for the next council,
Correct.
which will be in 2 weeks. So, yeah, a week I think will be good. Doesn't have to be long, simple, just send an email exactly what your thoughts were, whether it's 5 versus 6 versus 4, how you want them numbered, what your priorities would be, and any special comments you made about what you said.
Everybody okay with that?
Yeah. Then we'll make responses directly to the document we've been looking at tonight. Okay. All right. That works. All right, we got about 6 minutes left before the regular meeting starts. We're going to take a short recess and begin at 7:30. All right, good evening, everyone. We're going to get things going. Today is Monday, April 28th. We're here for a regularly scheduled town council meeting. First order of business, as always, pledge allegiance to the flag.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next on the agenda is the land acknowledgement statement. The town of South Kingstown pays homage to the indigenous people and land in which the town is now located. Let this acknowledgement serve as a reminder of our ongoing efforts to recognize, honor, reconcile, and partner with the Narragansett tribe whose land and water we benefit from today. Next, we have the roll call.
Council President McEntee,
Here.
Council Vice President Marion,
Here.
Councilmember Bergner,
Here.
Councilmember Alley,
Here.
Councilmember Wedgemont.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you. All right, it's going to move us to item 4, approval of minutes of previous meetings.
Motion to approve items 4A, B, and C.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, that passes. It's going to move us to item 5, the consent agenda.
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, that passes. It's now going to move us to item 6, licenses. A is a resolution granting a miscellaneous permit to conduct the annual Angry Unicorn Half Marathon 5K Road Race on Sunday, November 2, 2025, from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. to Ocean State Multisport of East Providence, Rhode Island, subject to the execution of a hold harmless agreement indemnifying the town and receipt of a certificate of insurance naming the town as an additional insured for the event in the amount specified by the finance director. Application by Gary Manesian. Gary, if you're here, come on up. Yep.
Hi, I'm Randy Shoecraft on behalf of Gary Manesian of Ocean State Multisport.
Excellent. I know you've come up here in past years for the authorization here, so we're familiar with the event, but if you just want to talk about it as an opportunity to market it to the public, anyone's listening, maybe tell us, how to sign up, how we can get involved. Go ahead.
Sure. On November 2nd, Sunday, Ocean State Multisport will hold a half marathon and 5K. The event starts at the Matunic Elementary School. The half marathon starts at 8 a.m. The 5K starts at 8:15. You can register at Ocean State Multisport. We're going to have police support there, directing traffic at all the major intersections, and volunteers from the start until the finish of the race.
All right. You're starting at the school, you're taking left Matunic Beach Road or Matunic
Yes.
Schoolhouse?
Yep. It turns left onto Matunic Schoolhouse Road and goes down to Charlestown's Beach Road, takes a left there, goes down, makes a U-turn at the gatehouse, and returns back.
Sounds like a beautiful day in Matunic.
It is.
All right. Any questions?
So is this race, I know you've been here before, but I can't recall, is it in benefit of a nonprofit or the proceeds go towards, is it just a road race?
It is just a road race.
Okay.
Motion to approve item 6A.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor? All right, that passes. Good luck.
Thank you.
It's going to move us to item B, a resolution granting a miscellaneous permit to conduct the Run for Kerry 4-mile Memorial Road Race on Sunday, August 3, 2025, from 6 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. to the Kerry Lynn Bissett Female Athletic Scholarship Fund, Inc. of Wakefield, Rhode Island, subject to the execution of a hold harmless agreement indemnifying the town, issuance of a certificate of insurance naming the town as an additional insured, the amount specified by the finance director. Application by Kathleen Bissett. Welcome.
Thank you. This will be our 22nd year doing this race in memory of our daughter Carrie, who was 19 when she passed away. I know a lot of you know, but I figure promote it a little more. So our scholarships go to 2 students at South Kingston High School, and we also do donate books to the local school libraries. So far, as of this year, we've given out $90,000 in Carrie's name. We thank the community, the businesses, and all our supporting volunteers.
All right, we're familiar with this one. We all know it's a good race. It's for a good cause, and I look forward to another great year of it.
Thank you.
Any thoughts, comments, questions?
This is a really great race. Mile 3 is really hard, but I recommend that you run it once in your life, and I'm happy to make a motion to approve item 6B.
All right, we have a motion in a second. Any discussion?
That's it, thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, that passes. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mr. President, I've recused myself from the next item for obvious reasons.
All right, item C, a resolution granting a Class F 19-hour beverage license to Christ the King Church of Old North Road, Kingston, Rhode Island for the 75th anniversary sock hop on May 3, 2025 from 6 p.m. to 11 p.m. Application by Jennifer Marion. Jennifer, welcome.
Thank you. Christ the King, as you know, is a local parish. We're celebrating our 75th anniversary of being in and around the community. We're trying to be good neighbors, and we're having a sock hop to kind of hit the 50s when we were established. So it's basically an in-house, and we want to be serving beer and wine, so we're looking for a license for that.
All right. Any questions?
This is a first ever, right?
First ever event. We have had fundraising events for mission trips and things like that before. This is just really to cover the costs. We're having Eat to the Bar. If anyone wants to get tickets to come. There's still a couple of tickets available for the music, and it's just going to be a good time.
Awesome. Motion to approve item 6C.
All right, we have a motion in a second. Any discussion? I will say, Jennifer, thank you for affording us the opportunity to work with your husband and him take time away from home for the past 2 terms. It's been enjoyable, and he's done a good job, so thank you there.
You're welcome.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, that passes.
Thank you very much.
All right, it's going to bring us to item D, a resolution granting a victualling license to the Gathering Table LLC doing business as the Gathering Table, 237 Robinson Street, Wakefield. Application by Kevin Momine. Kevin, welcome. Howdy. I am familiar with the storefront you have down there. I think it's a great place. But if you want to tell the community about it a little more, market it a little bit.
Always like a little marketing. The Gathering Table is a wonderful little cafe in Wakefield. We specialize in cheeses from all over the world. We are a cafe, so we offer different types of beverages, salads, crepes. And today I'm here, I think a little further down the road, to apply for a Class B limited wine and beer license. As part of that, obviously I have to do a particular license, but the Gathering Table is wonderful. It's a good, relaxing place to hang out. We do charcuterie boards, cheese boards, things like that. So it's a lot of fun. It's a relaxing place, and looking forward to year number 2.
Excellent. Good.
Thanks for coming out tonight. I know you're a busy person. I'm going to spill the beans a little bit because I'd like everyone to know that you and your partner Katrina, who is a lifelong South Kingston resident, just welcomed a beautiful bundle of joy into the world. So congratulations.
Thank you very much.
The Gathering Table is, like it says, an amazing place to gather with friends and friends that you haven't made yet. So this resolution is something that I support solely. So I'd like to approve item 6D.
All right, we have a motion, second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All right, that passes. We'll get to the public hearing a little later on the liquor license. All right, this time we're going to move up item 12A, the town manager's report. Update on the school building committee and school facilities project. We have Chris Spiegel from left field in the audience. We also have Kate Massinati, the chair of the school building committee, in the audience tonight.
Good evening, everyone. It's nice to see you again. Apologies for missing the last meeting. I was at Disney World, still recovering both my feet and my pocketbook from that wonderful, magical place. Unfortunately, we did not get the project report to you guys in a substantial time for you to review it over the weekend. I'll take that on myself, and I apologize. We'll work better to continue to make sure that you have at least the full weekend to review the project report. If you really to answer any questions that this group might have, we don't have a formal presentation today. We continue to move the project on our schedule. We recently had a public meeting that was very well attended by members of the public. Notices went out in time, and we had about 50 people there. As a result of that meeting, we've also had 30 people also sign up for website updates. We're now up to 200 people receive a notice from me every 2 weeks with updates on the project as well. That is substantial, considering we started with about 30 prior to the bond vote. Some key dates that are coming up on 4/25, we submitted our planning application, our pre-application to the planning board. On 5/27, we'll be having our initial planning board hearing. Around 6/21, we also have that date in case there's a continuation of that hearing. The planning board did recently vote to allow us to combine our preliminary and our master as one submission, so thank you to them for that help in keeping this project moving on an aggressive schedule. We've recently also made a substantial change to the building renderings. Feedback from the school building committee wanted a more traditional look, something that matched the Hazard building. While those renderings aren't publicly available yet, I can say that the feedback from our working group has been incredibly positive. It does match that Tudor-style architecture that you have at the Hazard building with the dark browns, a lot of red brick, accents in wood tones. Very different than what you're currently seeing right now. We'll be previewing those renderings at the school building committee on Thursday, and they'll be going up on the website immediately after. With that, are there any additional questions?
Could you please send us the renderings in real time that you send them to the school building committee so that we could look at them as well, or include us in your distribution?
Of course.
Can you change the orientation of these slides so that they're larger?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is not the updated one, because you're mentioning meetings that aren't listed on the meetings list, or is this the most current thing?
This is the most current one. Those are meetings that we just scheduled, and just had recently. As of 4/23. So there's a couple that haven't made it on yet. Every Monday morning, we have a working group meeting with the deputy town manager, Kate, and our internal project team, where we kind of flesh out an agenda for the upcoming school building committee meeting, and we discuss items that are going to be coming up on the school building committee meeting.
Okay. Have you received any other correspondence of anything?
Yeah, it will be addressed on Thursday. One of the neighbors had a request about means and methods for logistics, and we'll be addressing that.
It's very funny to watch you and then Kate, because it's like, she says no, you're saying yes.
So I should say, not officially through Kate. I haven't sent it to her yet. It came in through my personal email.
And the question is about what?
Means and methods for construction logistics. Essentially how we're going to be building the building, what sequence we're going to be building the building.
They already want to know that granular level?
Some people do, yeah.
Okay.
Chris, welcome back from Florida.
Thank you.
You look tan.
Do I?
Yeah, you do.
I'm peeling already.
So, a couple questions. When's the last time you and your team met with the Rhode Island Department of Education?
We had a great meeting with them on, let me pull up the exact date. We met with the Rhode Island Department of Education on, it was before Dr. De Silva left for the Azores. I want to say it was around the 10th. Yes, Wednesday the 9th at 10 a.m. We had a great meeting with them. In fact, we recently received an approval from the Rhode Island Department of Education as well.
What was the approval?
Schematic design submission update.
Gotcha. I'm seeing item 6, project schedule, revised, anticipated completion date of 10/5/27 was reported in the building committee on February 6, 2025, and the town council on February 10th. I've asked you this last time. I know that you have worked on accelerating your processes and your design team. Do you have any updates for us in this regard?
We don't feel comfortable in reporting out a different date, as I said previously, Councilman. With that said, we have made substantial progress internally.
Okay, so without that having me every time you come in ask the same question, when should I check in a month and a half to
I think that's a great question. At the end of design development, when we're nearing the design development documentation, we'll have a full update when we start talking about the guaranteed maximum price, which is when we'll start buying out portions of the job.
Gotcha. Well, I'm excited to hear that the acceleration of the project is going forward, and keep up the good work with you and your team. Chris.
I just wanted to have you repeat that last part about your response on the schedule. The microphone kind of dropped off.
So we don't feel, we have a lot of work to do on our design development set prior to us finalizing or changing any dates that we had previously released as part of the schematic design. Once we finish up our design development estimating, we have it approved by the town council, we'll have a better idea of where our schedule dates are aligning. With that said, we have found multiple efficiencies working with Gilbane and the design team. There are a lot of collaboration is still needed between the planning department, the Rhode Island Department of Environmental Management, the Unified Fire Group. So we have a lot of authorities having jurisdiction that we are continuing to work with and find efficiencies with, and as long as we keep this collaborative spirit, we think we'll be able to pull that date back.
Okay. And the next cost estimating is coming out.
It was submitted to Gilbane on Monday, yesterday. Oh, today, actually, excuse me.
And when can the council expect to hear?
It'll take 2 weeks for us to get through it, to reconcile it, and then I would assume probably,
The second meeting, like second council meeting in May?
I think that's a good time to shoot for. We'll give you a further update.
Thank you.
Just one last follow-up to echo what Councilwoman Alley was saying about being nimble in our role here. Sure.
Sure. I'd like, give me 1 second. So I'd like to talk about just in that same vein, I'd like to talk about, some crucial dates that we're going to be coming to the town council to talk about buying early release packages. As this group remembers, we're proceeding on a construction manager at risk with a guaranteed maximum price for this project. As such, we'll be buying out certain portions of the jobs at different times. The first will be what we call early release packages. We're looking at having our first early release packages developed and sent out to bidders on June 16th, doing an internal scope review with those bidders on July 14th, and drafting the GMP for school building committee and town council approval in August. So I do want to get those dates out ahead of time. So in August is when we're going to be officially buying our first parts of this job. That will be our foundations, it will be our steel, it will be our concrete, it will be our site work, it'll be long lead mechanical items and electrical items such as switchgear or air handling units. So that is going to be the first substantial outlay of cost that's going to come as part of this project, aside from general conditions and design fees and things like that. So there'll be about 2 months starting in June, where we'll be reporting out what we're seeing in terms of costs, in terms of these early release packages. I can say that my experience right now has been very positive on other projects that Leftfield is working on. We recently finished buying out a job in Massachusetts that came in approximately $10 million under budget, and just up the road in Warwick, we have now bought 10 packages on 2 schools, and every single one of them came in under budget. So what we're seeing as a reaction to some of these tariffs is contractors want to get a nice public project on their timeline, on their workflow that will keep their people. Because private work, we're starting to see slow down. The uncertainty in the market is not a great environment for banks to be lending money for construction projects. Private construction projects.
Mine is short. So just to know, we typically only meet once in August, so we need to be mindful either that meeting or we'll have a special meeting. I just want to say it.
Okay.
Were you going to say the same thing?
Close.
So I don't want to miss anything. So if we need to decide sooner rather than later to have that second meeting in August, I think we're all in, without a doubt. I just don't want to. We cannot be the reason it doesn't advance. So we want to remove that barrier. And then is the early release package, that's what Kate discussed 2 weeks ago, correct? Mm-hmm. So it's just a different person explaining the same thing. Great.
My question actually was for Jim. Given that schedule, we're going to be ready on the bands to have money at hand when they need it.
I would say yes, but Brian Silly is here tonight, and he's been working on that. He has a presentation on that part of it in the budget. So,
thank you.
He's here now if you want to ask direct or if you want to wait.
It's up to you. It's up to Brian.
Yes, before you this evening will be the authorization for the year one of the bond anticipation notes. We are scheduled to have a rating call with Moody's on May 7th. We'll get our rating in early June, and we anticipate having the funding by the end of June. I believe it was June 27th, 28th, something like that. So the funding will be available at that time.
Thank you.
And that is 2 months before we be entering into any contracts.
All right, I got a question for you, Chris. We're taking up approval or authorization to issue general obligation bonds up to $55 million tonight. That's the number been revised down. So I think it's been represented to us that cash flow expectations have actually been reduced, allowing us to issue bonds for a lesser amount. So that, at least for now, tells us that costs related to the project are looking favorable right now. Is that correct? Can you talk to that?
Costs relating to so we're revising our cash flow forecast down because of the way that the work is being sequenced. We get more input from the actual builder in terms of how the schedule will come out. In terms of the overall project, you have authorized $150 million of bonding available for this project, not a penny more. We're not at this point forecasting and not at this point going to make a forecast that until the bids come in. But yes, it is trending lower than $150 million, the amount that you'd be borrowing.
Okay, so just because we're authorizing lesser tonight than the original amount we had thought we'd have to authorize, that still could be picked up at a latter end.
Yes, the 55 band that you're releasing now is for the front end of the project. So you'd be
just because, I guess what I'm saying is just because the front end is a little cheaper than we anticipated, doesn't mean that every tranche thereafter will be a little cheaper. This
not necessarily
could be picked up on the back end.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the 150 is the 150. That's it.
Another question, just to further on, some of the efforts you're making to try to yield some time savings to try to catch up back to our hopeful opening date of September 2027. I know some of the things there that are necessary are permitting, town and state approvals. It's been represented to us at the previous meeting. Your colleague said that having 2 planning board hearings on the project wouldn't delay anything. If we go further than that, it would. Do you agree with that? And go ahead.
I do. So I do agree with that. We have 2 built into our schedule right now. The initial hearing on 6/26, and the initial hearing on 5/27, and the continued hearing on 6/26 with an overall approval of 7/26. That date is key, that we meet that date, because all of our other permits, our foundation permit, our building permit, all of those are dependent on planning board approval. So if planning board extends the project out, we'd be then potentially losing some of that time that we've made up because now we're catching up to other permits.
So is there any benefit to only having 1 meeting? Or would it really not matter in the grand scheme of things here?
It would benefit us. These are public meetings. They require noticing. They require public input. There's review period, things like that. But we have a schedule right now that we can make work with 2 meetings. So we're hopeful that we'll be receiving our approval by that 7/26 date.
To put my question in a little different way, if you only had 1 meeting, would that help accelerate the time frame for opening the building?
I'd have to check with the design team. The quicker that we can get approvals, the quicker we can get permits.
Okay.
But I like where you're going with that, but I'm wondering, are you hoping that they can be finished on May 27th? Because what if the planning board has questions or they're looking for more information?
Well, I guess I'm just trying to point out the fact that, it is a goal of the town council here to get this project, if it can, doors open September 2027. And if, one of the things that can help get us there is having 1 meeting instead of 2, hopefully the planning board members can be mindful of that when they, have the hearing, take up the project. And if it's helpful to you, I'd like to see it get past 1 meeting. If it really doesn't matter, it seemed like it didn't matter at the last meeting when your colleague gave representations about it. But I'm just trying to sort of put it out there and work through it with you.
I want to be clear that the planning board has a lot to consider. There's a lot of aspects that the planning board has as an authority having jurisdiction over this. It is our job to keep challenging the architect and the design team to get as much information in front of them as early as possible so that they're not coming to us and saying, we want this additional information. So if we can do that, then we'd be looking at maybe the approval happens at the second meeting. But
Right.
we need to
That's
provide
what-
as much information as possible.
That's what I'm saying. They have to have the first meeting to sort of present, here's what we have. Maybe the planning board identifies gaps. I was trying to figure out if you were trying to say, have one in the middle and just have one. But I think they need that back and forth a bit, and then here's the whatever, the traffic study, the this, the that, that's whatever the planning board's looking for, and then final approval at two.
I think what I feel like the council president's trying to say, and correct me if I'm wrong, sir, is that this council will leave no stone unturned to try to help you get back to what we promised in the first place, which is opening up in September 2027. And so that was what I was saying before Kate interrupted me. No offense, Kate. Hello. And is there anything that this town council can do, and maybe it's nothing at this point, that can help expedite or expedite, this project to get back on schedule? And if not, no problem. But I don't want to leave a stone unturned because I want to be nimble.
I understand. I don't think, let's see how this 5/27 meeting goes. Let's see how well prepared we are. Make sure that we're proactively addressing questions that we think that they might have. It is a very important role, the planning board, in terms of this process. We want to make sure that we're having a thorough and comprehensive process. So let's get through this 5/27 meeting and we'll report back.
All right.
The only thing that I think would maybe help you feel a little bit better about the timeline is maybe they didn't meet a whole month later. They met at a special meeting, 3 weeks to give them some time to play and work it through to make sure we hit the 6/27. But we won't know that until May 27th because the planning board will give feedback, as I keep saying, and then they'll come back with additional information at that final meeting with the goal of approval. So either, I was trying to figure out if you wanted to just give them more lead time and do it between May 27th and June 27th, one meeting, or you wanted to have two. And if you want to have two, then you could move one up. Did you see?
Yeah. I mean, whatever.
I'm trying to compromise in a way that meets your goal, but I think they're going to need two meetings. They won't be able to do it on the 27th.
I also don't think they know yet. And so I think these ideas are just ideas to potentially put out there just in case they help.
In my 20 years of experience in paying attention to the town issues, I've seen
Each planning board is different. Each member of the planning board might have specific things that they really want to lean into. They are listening to constituents as well, to abutters as well. So we're trying to be proactive and trying to kind of guess these questions that are going to come up or guess what's going to be really important to people. But I don't think even the planning board has figured out 100% what their most primary concerns are. So again, we'll get through this 5/27 meeting. We'll make sure that we're really leaning on the design team to provide as much documentation as possible to make sure that they're not having a bunch of RFIs or requests for more information. And then we'll report back.
And just before I forget, do you mind when you send us the new schematics that you send us those important dates that you read off as well?
Yeah, I can.
I just want to put it in my Google Calendar.
Yeah, no, KMS Handy's School Building Committee Chair. I wanted to speak to this because I spoke to it with the team this morning. And basically what we're going to do on Thursday at our meeting is we're going to map out the dates that are must-meets and who is responsible for decision-making with those dates. And if at any point, and we're going to have those mapped out and those will be sent to you all because, and our school committee, because there are June, July, August are going to be important. And those are the months where people disappear for valid reasons with their families and their lives. But we want to make sure that if at any point in time any of those dates we're cutting it close and things are going to go sideways, that we can regroup with everybody and say, look, yes, we said August 11th, but we're really going to need August 7th. And we need to make sure that everybody has that on their radar so we can pull people if we need to in order to make sure we're moving to where we need to be to get back to September. So we have the exact dates. We have a list of them. We're going to map them Thursday and then get them to everybody who needs to have them to make sure we get it done.
Thank you, Kate.
Good. Chris, I know you've got the Phase 2 environmental studies going on now through May 5th on the report. how soon after that's completed do you expect a final report?
With the new firm that we've hired, they have a very quick turnaround time. I can follow up by email. I don't want to misquote, but assuming that everything comes back the way we think it is, relatively quickly, and then we get that right away to the Rhode Island Department of Environmental Management.
And you also, when you get it to the school building committee, give it to the council as well?
At the school building committees, yeah.
Thanks.
So just have a question. We spend a lot of time talking about the main high school project, and just want to talk about the Curtis Corner project because it's on your list. It sounds like you're value engineering down to $11 million.
Actually, do you want to get into, so there's a lot of going on with the Curtis Corner project right now.
It's not necessarily value engineering down, it's we said 11 million, you came to us with not 11 million, go back and give us 11 million. So it's more a matter of just kind of setting our boundaries and saying, this is where we need to fall, and then figuring out how we're going to get there at the price that we said we were going to get there. Because we could go 20 million, it's like, that's not what we said. We said 11 million, so let's figure out what we need versus what we want, and then how we get there, and we keep it in our boundaries of 11 million. Thank you. Helpful.
Also, we're also evaluating different procurement strategies, construction delivery methods. We are considering breaking the project into a bunch of smaller pieces in order to get better value, which is a lot more work in terms of management, but we think it will provide better value, including breaking out the demolition portion of the project, bidding that out separately, bringing on a different builder for the Curtis Corner instead of doing a construction manager at risk delivery method, because that site is largely unoccupied. We could do a hard bid, a design bid build, or even a design build by bringing on a builder and assigning the architect to them. There's a lot of different options that we're currently looking at in order to get more out of that project for the 11 million and still get as much scope as we can accomplish. So there's a lot of discussions that are happening internally about this that we still need to vet out with the school building committee before we bring them to you. But the bottom line is that we, as I said earlier, we're not leaving any stone unturned in order to figure out a way to bring this project as cost effective as possible.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
I appreciate looking at the different possible types of contracts. Is that something that you're going to come back and recommend to the council for a particular type, or does that go to the school building committee only?
So I believe it would come back to the council as you guys are writing the checks. But
that's my assessment too, and apparently Kate's.
Yeah.
Thanks.
That's generally, now that we're past educational programming elements of this project, it's my opinion that almost everything needs to come back to the council.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chris.
Thanks, Chris.
Before you go away, I just want to say that this is happening between 7:30 and 8, and it's just such a better time for us to sort of deal with the school building project. And I want to just make a public appeal that we either always bring you forward and you happen in the best spot. One, because so much happens here, and over time, it's like a lot of chips that we get chipped away at, and then it's exhausting. And I think this project really needs our full brain power. And if we can just somehow, does anyone
I'm happy to be here at 7:30. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's insane to start,
I understand your point. I think by 10:30, usually when we go on, people are, especially I think the audience is starting to they've had a lot of information, they processed a lot of information. As you said, this is probably the biggest expense that this town is going to outlay, and it's, we're happy to be here at 7 o'clock on the dot, 7:30 on the dot.
Well, just always move up this agenda item after whatever licenses and before we move to, unless there's a public hearing. Because
I think also some people are, I've noticed in my 2 years will be coming up on that we've been working together, and I've noticed in a lot of my town council meetings that maybe after a specific item, a lot of people will leave. I think by pushing us up to the front, more people will hear about the project, we'll get more questions to the website.
Right.
Yeah, going forward, I think it makes sense to have you come up after we complete licenses. So
Right.
around the time that you're here tonight, we'll make an effort to do that. each meeting thereafter.
My other request is just to invite people who have, because what will happen is Chris and Kate will leave, and people will have a question, and we'll be like, so if someone has a question, we could just invite, is there any comments about the project? And then that would be the only public comment we would take or questions at this juncture, because otherwise, where does public comment come, and then they've gone?
Well, typically, public comment is immediately following licenses. Tonight, we just have a presentation, which is a unique item that follows this right here. So I think going forward, if you could, after your presentation, just stay for the first segment of public comments, and then hopefully those persons who are here are interested can come up if they have questions. We still have you here to answer any of those questions. Sure. That, I think, is the best way.
I'm just trying to solve a lot of problems in one shot.
Sure. However, we work for you. However you guys want us to be here, we'll be here.
So, if I could sort of jump on that, I feel like the town manager's report in general should be moved up, because I think that, you know, the town manager is obviously running the town, and all of the things that he has to say are things that I think are really important. And when we don't get to hear from him until 10 or 11:05 last time, it's not an ideal situation.
Mr. President, I agree with my colleagues up here, but I would like to get back to regular business if we could.
All right, if we want to discuss this further, we need a motion added to the agenda. Placing of town manager's report on the agenda, or is that just?
We need to clarify it, and if you want to make that change, you need to do so, and you are the ones to make the decision. So yes, add the subject to the agenda, and we'll decide.
Motion to add.
Second.
Scheduling of the manager's report to the agenda.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All right, that's added. All right.
Just to speed it up, I'll make a motion that in the future, right after licenses.
Okay, so unfortunately though, because you can't make a motion. However, having said that, if everyone up there seems to feel they should move it up and you all do that, the manager will have direction. Because you can give direction even though you can't make a motion.
Let's give direction to Jim to move the school building committee up.
Well, we're talking about the whole town manager's report now.
Oh.
I mean, my thinking was that if we just move the school building committee update to after licenses, public comment follows. If you have questions on the project, you know, our consultants are here, and the chair of the school building committee is here. Now, if we had the whole town manager's report, you know, we could be there, I don't know how long, and then we go to public comment.
Let's do it in phases, Patty. Let's bring one up, and then we can give you direction in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, let's, I mean, I think for now, we should just try moving up the school building committee update, you know, sort of make that change so it's actually explicit in the agenda. It follows licenses.
I think that's a reasonable compromise, and then we could see how it goes.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Could we also just add one thing, give them the sign-up link if they want to sign up for updates on every meeting so that because 200 seems like such a small number of people following with updates, and maybe include that in some place along with the school building committee update? Yeah, sign up for updates, and just kind of like we have like boards and commissions, and yeah, the hyperlink. Sign up for updates under the heading. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. All right, so we're just going to move up school building committee update to be following licenses prior to public comment. We're going to leave town manager's report where it is for now.
Yeah.
All right, we're now going to move on to item 7, presentation by Eric Weiss of Bowman Engineering regarding the South Kingstown Safe Streets and Roads for All Safety Action Plan. Eric, welcome.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the invitation. And thanks in advance to Luke, who's going to help advance on the slides. Could we start with the first one, please? So got a bunch of items on the agenda. Not going to spend much time on most of these in respect for everybody's time. I'm going to focus, drill down on just a couple of them. That'll help tell the story of the project we've been working on. Safe Streets for All is a federal grant program out of USDOT that was started, I want to say, 4 years ago. We are in the second to last year of funding for that program. 2 years ago, RIPTA got a $5 million planning grant for creating safety action plans, roadway safety action plans for Rhode Island cities and towns. Invited all Rhode Island municipalities to join, and South Kingstown was one of the municipalities that did join. The overarching goal for Safe Streets for All is to significantly reduce and ultimately eliminate serious injuries and fatalities on American roads. And that is also the goal for the town of South Kingstown. All recommendations that are made are based on what USDOT calls the Safe System approach. This is relatively new to our country, this way of looking at roadway safety. It's adapted from how Europe has looked at roadway safety for the last, I want to say, 40, 50 years. Some of the assumptions are things like humans are going to make mistakes. Doesn't matter how well we design our roads, how safe our cars are, humans are still going to make mistakes. So it's taking a sort of a different tack at roadway safety. Next, please. So 31 of our state's 39 municipalities eventually did join up for the effort. It was 31, then it was 32, then it was 31 again. And the reason being, for some of these towns, is that it requires a fair amount of participation from a municipality to make one of these plans effective and to do the process the right way. And not all of these municipalities have the kind of staff. West Greenwich, for instance, and Exeter, they don't have a lot of people that can help out with an effort like this. Next, please. So, working on this project with us from Bowman, we had this all-star team of municipal staff, all of whom were really outstanding in their contributions from day one. And we're about a year in now. I think we're 50 weeks in, give or take, since our kickoff with the town. And for those of us on staff, it's been a real pleasure to work with the town. With me, I have Randy Fitzman, who's the principal author for South Kingstown's plan. He's also a longtime Narragansett resident, knows the town very well. Dara, our engineer, is a North Kingstown resident, so she's very familiar with the area as well. Next, please. So there's a lot of process, but the ultimate, the end product here is the safety action plan. Every safety action plan, per USDOT requirements, has these 8 sections. And we're going to not spend much time on most of these, again, in respect for everybody's time, but I will spend a bit of time on the safety analysis, number 3, and project selections, that's number 7. Next, please. So this is what brings us here. For our data analysis, we looked at 5 years of data from the beginning of 2019 to the end of 2023, and these are the numbers for South Kingstown. Next, please. Oh, actually, can we go back, Luke? Thank you. I want to point out the bottom row here. As we walk through these slides, you'll note that I'm spending special attention on what we call vulnerable road users. That's shorthand for bicyclists and pedestrians, principally, folks who aren't in a car or on a motorcycle. And the reason being that pedestrian or bicyclist in a crash is far more likely to suffer serious injury or to die. So that's why we spend a little more of our attentions on that. Next, please. So diving into our data analysis, again, we used 5 years worth of data and did 3 different types of data analysis. baseline crash analysis, high-risk network, and high-injury network. And I'll very briefly touch on each of these. Baseline crash analysis, I think the word analysis might not be so accurate. Essentially what this is taking all of the raw data, and there's so much of it. If you printed it out at standard size, it'd be like a bunch of bed sheets all stitched together. Nobody's going to look at that. Nobody's going to make heads or tails of what it all means. But by processing that data and turning it into charts, graphs, maps like this one, now we've created something that people can understand and digest. Sort of thing that can go on a municipal website or into a report, and people will read it, rather than just having their eyes glaze over because it's page after page of numbers. So this, what we see here, is a heat map for fatalities and all injuries in South Kingstown, and this is for all modes of travel. Next, please. And this is the same heat map, but only for vulnerable road users. Next, please. The high-risk network is an interesting analysis. The nickel version of how we get here is we look at crash data from all over the state and find what are the characteristics of the roadways where these crashes are happening. Things like, how many lanes wide is this road? How wide is the road? What's the posted speed limit? Even things like, what's the context around the road? Is it residential, commercial, industrial? And performing that analysis allows us to see roads where the crashes may not be happening yet, but we know due to the characteristics of those roads that crashes are more likely to happen there, and it allows us to be proactive and prevent those crashes from happening in the first place. So here we have the high-risk network for all modes of travel. Next, please. And this is the same, but just for vulnerable road users. Next, please. High-injury network is essentially a combination of the prior two. And it's a little hard to see at this size, but the different colors show us roadways that are from the high-risk network, and we can address proactively and suggest changes that would make these roads safer before crashes, specifically injury crashes, happen. And then there's those roadways where the crashes have been happening, those hot spots, where we will reactively be making recommendations. And then the third color, which is, I think, the green, is the combination of both, where the crashes are happening, but we also know that we should have been expecting it because of the characteristics of those roadways. So this is for all modes of travel. Next, please. And this is the same, but for pedestrians and bicyclists. Next, please. Some charts showing where South Kingstown sits related to crash data. As you can see, South Kingstown is doing quite well in comparison. 27th lowest fatal and injury crash rate out of 39 cities and towns. If you're curious, that outlier in the center is Block Island. And I suspect that if we were to pull July and August out of the data set, that number would drop precipitously. You remove the people who've had too much to drink hopping on a rental scooter, and you see what happens. And honestly, pulling July and August out of South Kingstown's data set would no doubt have an impact as well. Next, please. So here we see a demonstration, of why we spend more time looking at bicyclist and pedestrian crashes as compared to motor vehicle crashes. They're far more likely to lead to fatality or serious injury. I should mention, you see where it says KABC at the bottom. This is sort of inside baseball for people in our trade. The CABCO scale is what we call it, where K is fatality. A means serious injury, sort of thing where you'll be out of work for months and maybe feel that injury the rest of your life. B is a minor injury, where you'll probably be back to work in a few days. Maybe your arm will be in a sling or something like that. C means possible injury. And possible injury is an interesting detail. All of this information comes from reports filed by police officers from what they witness at crash sites. So somebody may complain of injury, go to the hospital, find that they don't actually have an injury. It will still show up as possible injury on the crash reports. The O in CABCO, which isn't here, is just property damage. Since this program is all about reducing injuries and fatalities, we completely removed property damage only crashes from the data, which of course removed like 90% of the data right off the top and made the whole process a lot simpler. Next, please. Here's another example of how we can break down the raw data to present it in a way that people can absorb much more readily. So for instance, here we have representation of fatal and injury crashes for all modes of travel. And we see that most crashes are happening after noon and mostly more frequently in the latter part of the work week. We can also, as you can see, break it down by environmental conditions, like how much ambient light there is, or was it raining, that sort of thing. Next, please. So all of that data leads us to a lot of the decision making about recommendations, but not just the data leads us there. Also a lot of public engagement. Talked to a lot of South Kingstown residents. A lot of South Kingstown residents took our survey. We also conducted stakeholder interviews. We were able to get a lot of information that way, asking questions like, are there locations where a lot of crashes aren't happening, but every time you pass through there, it makes you clench up a little bit. We call these near-miss hotspots. So for instance, we don't see a lot of vulnerable road user injuries and fatalities on US 1. It's legal to walk in the shoulder or to bike in the shoulder, but most people simply don't because they don't feel safe doing so. So it doesn't show up in the crash data, doesn't mean that we shouldn't address it. Next, please. Another important piece was looking at equity considerations, things like, well, an important one is percentage of zero vehicle households per census block. And if we have a map layer that shows us where most people, or a higher percentage of people, don't have access to automobiles, we know that there are going to be more people walking, whether it's walking to get to the bus, or walking for errands, or walking to get to work. Having that as a data layer that we can compare with crash data also helps with our decision making. Next, please. And also making recommendations in the plan about policies and process inside municipal departments. Next, please. So that brings us to the meat of it. The locations that we chose to make recommendations for, and of course, ranking them, because a critical piece and a mandatory piece of the Safety Action Plan is prioritizing the locations. I don't expect anybody to be able to read this at this scale, but you will be getting, obviously you will be getting the plan itself. It's in draft form right now, and it can be provided to you if you like. And the final one, we hope, will be prepared within the next couple of weeks. But as you can see, 22 sites were selected around South Kingstown and prioritized. Next, please. So when I say making recommendations on how to improve safety, most of what those recommendations are related to what we call proven safety countermeasures. And I've got some examples of proven safety countermeasures off on the right side of this slide. So for instance, the third one, this is demonstrated through research that simply doubling the width of the edge line can reduce road departure crashes by up to 37%. And that's a real low money investment that has a real positive outcome. There are a total of 28 of these proven safety countermeasures lumped into these 5 buckets that you see on the left. This is the source of the great bulk of recommendations that we are making in South Kingstown's Safety Action Plan. Next, please. So here's an example of one of the locations, Salt Pond Road at Kenyon Ave, on the way to the hospital. For each of these sites, our team did field visits, making observations, and both planners and engineers on site making observations, which will then lead to the recommendations. Next, please. So here are the potential countermeasures selected for this particular location as an example. Converting to a 3-way stop, narrowing the curb radii, which reduces turning speed. That, of course, would have to follow a study, making sure that larger vehicles can still make that turn. So just a couple of examples. So for each of the locations, there are graphics like these in the Safety Action Plan in the appendices. Next, please. And then in the body of the plan, sort of a capsule summary for each of those locations, including approximate prices. What are the general costs for making these sorts of interventions? Next, please. Oh, can we go back, please? Just one last item, which is, I mentioned the prioritization. In order to prioritize the projects, we had the Municipal Safe Streets Task Force, that list of town staff, do the prioritization. We presented them with a list of criteria, which included things like, based on the crash data, location in proximity to public schools, or public housing, or elder housing, proximity to commercial districts, things like that. And had the task force vote on which of those criteria were the most important. And in doing so, that allowed us to prioritize the projects themselves. And that's all I've got for you. I'd be very happy to answer any questions you've got.
All right, thank you, Eric. Any questions up there? Go ahead.
I just wanted a quick clarification. It's page 20 on the presentation that lists the projects in order of importance. Is that or in order of urgency?
I think that's a better way to put it, that importance. I wouldn't want to say that one is more important than the other, but this is how the team prioritized.
Rubric. Okay.
So, the same question for number slide 20. So am I reading this right? So if number 4 on the bottom right, that'd be Succotash Road then, or no, this is Kersey Road on North Road in Peaceville. Does that make sense? It doesn't really make sense to me.
Yeah, it looks like we might have misnumbered them. Thank you for catching that.
No problem. I just wasn't making any sense. So.
We'll make note of this and go through all of them to make sure that they're all properly numbered.
Looks like the top 3 are tied at 1. We should make the one following that number 4.
I can clarify a little bit. We don't have the actual, or actually I think you can see the scores on there. If the scores are the same, then we kept them ranking the same, so there are a couple number 1s, then we just skip down to number, I think there's 3 1s out of 4. So that's why they're the same rankings.
I just wanted to say thank you for doing this. I think that this, as far as I can say, making South Kingstown a safer and more walkable place is priority, and making sure that our pedestrians and our drivers are having a lower risk of dying. We've had some unfortunate accidents that have led to fatalities in our town. The 1 is too high, right? I just had a question about slide 12. I'm sorry, slide 18. No? My apologies, slide 12. Is it safe to say that in slide 12, most of these roads that are the high risk are state roads?
It is safe to say that for each of the municipalities in Rhode Island.
Okay, that's what I identified, yeah.
So RIPTA and RIDOT are working closely to try to figure out how to address this. One thing I neglected to mention is that one of the values of having the Safety Action Plan is that it makes the town eligible to apply for a different type of grant within the program, an implementation grant. And the window for applications is open right now, will be open through the end of June. And having a Safety Action Plan means that town staff can apply for funds that can be used to implement some number of these projects. Yeah, but your point is important. For all 31 of these safety action plans, the great majority of troubling locations are state roads and state intersections. Thank you for bringing that up.
I had a question to sort of further on that. So, of the roads in South Kingstown, the ones that have the most trouble, so to speak, are the state roads. But if we have this plan in place, we can seek out grant monies to invest into town roads?
You certainly can.
So
we've got the prioritized list. If you go after money through an implementation grant, you don't have to only pursue the top 5 or whatever. You can cherry pick. And if the town decides to only address town-owned roads, that's perfectly fine. And there will be no penalty for doing so.
Can we go to slide 20 again? Just want to pull that up. This list includes town roads and state roads?
That's correct.
Okay. So I guess question for the manager, as a municipality, do we have the ability to make investment into state roads?
We do have the ability, but why would we when, DOT, actually we were going to put some improvements on Main Street, and the Rhode Island DOT director requested that we save that money for our roads and we apply for these grants to do the state roads. But I would say, although we do have the ability, we do have more than enough town roads that we should be putting some assets into.
So if we're going to go down the route of seeking grant money by having this as a prerequisite, it makes sense to go after the roads identified here that are town roads, not state roads. Does that make sense?
I would say to go after both roads, just different avenues. Just go to the DOT with the information we have here, and they've been very helpful in getting us what we need. But we could go both forks in the road. One for the state, go to DOT for resources, and 2, whatever resources we get on a grant, use it for our town roads as well.
Okay. Sure, that was 2 funds. I loved it.
What's that?
They had 2 funds, different avenues and 4 ways. So, well done.
I didn't catch that. Thank you. That's good.
Another variation of what Rory was asking about is there a comparable grant program for the state to apply to use funds for these roads that happen to be located in our town? But if we can assist, coordinate, get more money, essentially.
Good question. So this program, US DOT's Safe Streets and Roads for All, state agencies are not permitted to apply, which is why RIDOT didn't apply for this grant. RIPTA, not technically a state agency, it's a quasi, so they were able to get that application in. There are plenty of other federal grant programs from which funds can be pursued. I would also say that things are kind of in flux right now in Washington.
That was going to be my next
and
question.
It seems highly unpredictable as to what's going to be coming. For this particular program, Congress already allocated all the funds. Next year will be the final year. There's still going to be there's $500 million that's going to get given away in this program this year and next year. However, we don't know if the rules are going to change about the disbursement of the funds.
I don't mean to be flip with you, but the fact that Congress did anything doesn't seem to matter much right now. I was going to ask a different way. I think you said at the beginning you were in the fourth year of a 5-year grant? Was that the way it was?
This program, yes, the program was funded for, I believe was funded for 5 years.
Have there been any communications or indications since January that these funds are going to be frozen?
Not frozen, but there have been communications. Let me see how I can say this. When I've got my work hat on, it can be a challenge.
Your best bet. I'll read between the lines.
There have been communications from USDOT Secretary Duffy alluding to rescinding grants if the receiving agency has DEI programs, as a for instance.
Okay. Let me try a different way. You're the expert in this. Is there anything that you need this council to do in terms of taking the next step? You talked about applying for grants, for future grants. Yes. What do we need to do? What do you need from us?
Yes.
What does Luke or the manager need from us?
Right. So next steps, the very next step is for our team to tie a bow on the safety action plan. We're waiting on some final comments from state agencies, and then we'll be able to tie a bow on this. But it can't be considered that the town has a safety action plan until the council formally adopts the plan.
And so how soon do you think that'll be, that you can get it to us?
We are hoping that we'll have that wrapped up in the next 2 weeks. This is contingent on us getting those comments back from the state. But I have every reason to believe it'll be coming soon.
So regarding some communication that's come from DOT Secretary Sean Duffy, I also note that there is some prioritization to communities with higher birth and marriage rates and when distributing transportation funds. So there's that also.
All right, any other thoughts, questions for Eric? Good.
I just have a question about the methodology. I'm just looking at slide 18, and it's about equity in low-income households. And I just didn't know if you had it, and maybe I missed this piece, but how did you collect that data?
Yeah, all of our equity-related data is from the U.S. Census, American Community Survey. So this is census data.
It's a product called, I don't know who's doing this, equity considerations. Bus riders who are pedestrians at the start and the end of their trip may face challenges.
There we are. Yeah, right there. So those bullet points are thoughts that are coming out of the equity piece. Okay. So the data itself, the raw data about things like, as I mentioned, zero car ownership households and poverty levels, things like that. That's all census data. These 4 bullets that you see here are our thoughts coming out of the equity piece.
I don't disagree with you. Is it the 2020 census that you have the data?
Randy, do you recall?
Another consultant on our team pulled the data, and they were using various sources. Some of it was another consultant on our team did the census equity analysis. They used census data from multiple sources. Some of it was 2020, I believe. Some of it was pre-2020, but it's from various sources. And I'll say that, as we analyze this, we do recognize that the equity data in South Kingstown can be kind of skewed because of the university student population and the high population of seniors.
Yeah, I was looking at this for several minutes, and the little black strip at the bottom, I'm like, that is the most poverty? And then I realized it's 0. It's the beach. I'm like, how could that most, is that, yeah. my bad eyes, even in this screen. So it is eye-opening for people to look at that, because you probably can't discriminate, but the blue color is 20 to 25% of the workers are classified as low-wage workers, and I just found it's an interesting foil to, like, as we think about budgets and decisions and all these things, and you look at that, and then the darker color, the green and the orange are higher percentages. Just an interesting tidbit of what the town looks like from a different angle.
We should also point out that the slide presentation is attached to the agenda on the town's website for the members of the public who are interested in looking at it. And it is all but illegible, but at the bottom of your chart it indicates that some of the data is from 2017.
Thank you.
I just also wanted to make a comment about slide 24. So we hear a lot about DEI these days, and so that stands for diversity, equity, and inclusion. So upgrading the curb ramps to be compliant with the Americans with Disabilities Act, I'm concerned that we should probably just say upgrade curb ramps to avoid mentioning the inclusion piece, which is what those sidewalk breaks amount to.
If the town, when applying for an implementation grant, wishes to do so, then by all means.
I just wouldn't want that to, like, flag the project. You know, if they're going through a computer program looking for DEI, that's ADA is inclusion.
True. I would also add that of everything I've read, I've never heard anything critical of the Americans with Disabilities Act. That's not to say that there aren't people in the new leadership that would feel differently, but I haven't specifically seen that myself.
All right. Well, thank you for the presentation. We look forward to the final draft of the action report here, and we look forward to adopting it at a soon meeting. So thank you.
Thank you for listening, and thank you for the great questions.
All right, it's now going to bring us to public comments. Anyone in the audience interested in speaking on any issue, feel free to come on up. We just ask you to introduce yourself, and we're going to limit you to 5 minutes. This clock over to the right of me is going to begin counting down. Feel free to use it as a way to sort of gauge your time. Go ahead. Welcome.
Thank you. So my name is Bethany Grace Sorrentino, and I live in Wakefield. So I'm actually coming because this is the first opportunity to respond in public to the Housing Initiative Workshop on Thursday. And so I wanted to seize my first opportunity to share with you some of my concerns. From the lens of an affordable housing advocate, I am very concerned about the direction presented on Thursday night by Union Studios and Peregrine for the town's surplus properties, specifically with the inclusion of market rate housing. I went to every housing initiative workshop, and I did not hear anybody stand up from the public and ask for market rate housing at any of our town surplus properties. Rather, we had great public support for the idea of a 100% affordable housing neighborhood for workforce housing that would actually benefit South Kingstown residents and businesses. So I do want to be clear, again, from an affordable housing advocate's perspective, that what was presented on Thursday is not the nonprofit model, and this is despite the town council repeatedly expressing interest in going in that direction. So frankly, I was shocked that a for-profit model was exclusively presented, and I thought that the biggest omission of information was honestly that we do not have to figure out how to fund this housing project, particularly if we go with a nonprofit. Additionally, I fear that the direction that was heading in will actually make it impossible for our local nonprofit affordable housing developers to participate. I've been hearing concerns about this from other affordable housing collaborative members, from community members, and from the nonprofit community since Thursday. Obviously, we haven't had a chance to discuss it as a group, the Affordable Housing Collaborative, but I expect that we will at our meeting, which is this Wednesday. Normally it's Thursday, but I wanted to make you aware that we're meeting at 7 p.m. on Wednesday, different schedule this month, in this chamber this week. Regarding the plans to focus on 50 to 70% of the proposed neighborhoods being market rate housing, and the rest being LMI housing for 80 to 120 AMI. I want to remind you that on July 22nd, 2024, the Town Council unanimously voted to amend the Union Studios contract to focus on 60 to 120 AMI rather than 80 to 120. Now, our paid consultants are talking about a project for 80 to 120 again. Are you directing them in that direction? If so, when was that decision made? Who made it? And based on what data? In my view, projects with at least 50% market rate housing and 80 to 120% AMI is unacceptable for a project that's supposed to be for the public good, and it's also not in line with public sentiment. Where did these parameters come from? Again, who made these decisions, based on what data? And I also want to warn you that these parameters will restrict our options, particularly if you're still interested in going with a nonprofit, because it's the usual range of for-profit builders. In my view, we do not need to give a for-profit business a good deal on our town lands, as well as try to figure out their profitability numbers for them in advance, in exchange for a small amount of LMI housing in the upper AMI ranges. That's essentially a comp permit. This is not the vision that was presented to the town. So my question really Thursday was, is this a bait and switch on you, or are you trying to pull a bait and switch on us? Either way, the public deserves to know if you are shifting your housing initiatives to focus on for-profit development and market rate housing. So again, please join the Affordable Housing Collaborative Committee for our meeting this Wednesday at 7 p.m. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Bethany. All right, anyone else in the audience wish to speak? Everybody just come on up. That's actually a notice of a public hearing to be had at a later meeting, so that's just for us to act to issue notice. So we're not going to be having a hearing tonight on that.
The South Kingstown resident who was proud to say that I was witnessing something this 2 weekends ago that uplifted my spirits some. And I was going to start off by saying, if any of you recall when you're driving any road really, you get behind a big truck, it's got a lot of gravel in it or something, and on the back of that truck they have a word, think. Why? Why they put that word there, think? Well, I discovered there's a lot of people in town that are thinking, and thinking pretty straight. And unfortunately, what we got to hope for, I heard somebody in a commentary I was listening to, the real only way something is going to change in the country is going to be done through public opinion, which is a simplistic statement, but it's the truth. I thought that it was, some of these simple little statements, they hang around for reasons. Listening to the presentations this evening, every one of them is hinging upon how the American people are going to think in the next few months. Every single thing that was brought up, if you really think about it for a moment, and it was obvious in a couple of presentations. You asked questions that related to it, and people were, I don't know. We don't know. We don't know, do we? Because they're still snatching people. They're still having bands of men. I wonder what the hiring procedure is for these people that work for this IIA that goes in and just raids places and grabs people and throws them in vans and puts machine guns in their faces. This is not my country. It's not my country that I believe in. It's scary, and I know it's not, prevalent everywhere. And I think, as I've said a million times up here, well, not a million, I like to exaggerate a little. I said many times, we live in a cocoon here in South Kingstown. It's a little heaven on earth. But baby, I mean, because of the news media now, and I hate to use the word news, I use that loosely. I only can. There's only two now that I can put a little faith in, and that's PBS, which the government now is trying to play games with. One of the most important avenues of inquiry and positive thinking that this country has. And then I don't know about C-SPAN, but let's hope that doesn't go away. Because if they figure out a way to cut C-SPAN off, then we're done. Well, we're done anyway if we don't do something about due process. The people in this country, every 2 weeks I'll be here and I'll try to say something related to it. Because I'm not seeing the movement of our government in a positive enough direction. When they can start putting judges in jail and do what's going on is unbelievable. I don't think people are paying attention yet, even with what we have. I fear for the country. I'll give one positive thing I heard today: 42% approval rating versus to 52% disapproval. That's a slight move. A slight move. That is, I want to get below the 25% that he's always had. Oh, who's he? You know who he is. He's a person that respects Putin. He's a person that respects the Rocket Man. And if you've heard anything about North Korea, and I've listened to programs with people that have escaped from that country, and I want to tell you, it's unbelievable. No, you probably couldn't. You'd have to hear it to believe. The people that have gotten out of the places that they've lived in that country. And then we've got Putin, it's on the news all the time. Just say something out of line in Russia against his direction, or whatever you want to call it. And, well, you could be in jail for 15 years just like that, and no questions asked. There's no law. There's no law. And in this country, due process, even though we've had it, it's not great. But boy, if we lose it, it's beyond the pale. And there's nowhere to go now. I've thought about Canada a few times. Because he wants to take Canada now. I mean, okay. You guys, I know there are people, anybody that comes to a meeting like this has some direction in their mind about government and what it's doing. So I know this is, I only had one person comment to me, and that's in a discussion group that I go to. I'm sorry, I got to get out of here. I am going to get out of here too. But in that discussion group, he did tune into this meeting. I wish we could have a broadcast that's televised like this, that's stated. It's strictly for people to come up and give commentary on our situation in this country today. And thank you for one of our members here that was at that demonstration, and thanks for all the toots and beeps and hey, wave handing and all the signs that were made by the people in this community. And there was another thing going similarly on in Westerly. And thanks for giving me an extra couple of seconds. Bye-bye. I'm going to leave. Thank you, Bob.
There's your reason not to give up hope, Bob.
All right. Anyone else in the audience wish to speak? Anybody just come on up? All right. We're now going to move on to public hearings. Item A is a public hearing relative to an application for a license to keep and sell alcoholic beverages in South Kingstown in accordance with the general laws of 1956 as amended as follows. Class B limited liquor license, application for a Class B limited liquor license by Gathering Table LLC of Robinson Street, Wakefield, by Kevin Mamone, owner for the indoor cafe area in front of the space and 3 outside seats in accordance with the special use permit granted by the Zoning Board of Review on February 19, 2025. And Public Laws, Chapter 23-188 and 23-189, and as further defined in a site plan on file in the Town Clerk's office. Said license is contingent upon the issuance of a certificate of good standing from the Rhode Island Division of Taxation issuance of a certificate of insurance evidencing required liability coverage, compliance with all town ordinances and regulations, the payment of any municipal taxes, user fees, and lease payments in arrears to the town, and the correction of any fire code violations. Kevin, welcome. We know what this is all about. You're seeking a limited Class B liquor license. That's a beer and wine.
Correct. I just want to verify, because it says in here that I'm asking for 3 outside seats. It's actually 3 tables. That's already been approved by the zoning board, but it's 3 tables, 2 seats to each table. I just want to make sure that's...
I believe I pulled that language from the special use permit, I think. It's usually I copy and paste.
Okay.
Is there a difference between the seats and the tables?
Well, there's 3 tables, 2 seats to each table. Okay. That was on the site map that the zoning board did approve.
Can we pull that up? Mike Ursillo, can you dive into that at the moment here?
Continue on with the hearing and look it up.
All right. Well, we're familiar with your place. I've been there. I've had the cheese and meats. I've had the crepes. I've had the coffee. It's all great stuff. Anyone in the audience who hasn't been, I recommend checking it out. Diagonal from Brickley's, and it formerly was Auntie's Kitchen.
Correct.
So it's a great spot over there. But this is a public hearing, so we do want to open it up. If anyone in the audience wishes to speak on this matter, I invite you to come on up. All right, seeing none, should we entertain a motion to close the public hearing prior to we know what the zoning board review decision says?
While we look, I just wanted to echo the council president's words about how great the gathering table is. I spend way too much money on cheese at your place, so
thank you.
It's and the crepes, fantastic. What's great about what's going on Robinson Street and Main Street is that all the businesses there are supporting each other, and it's really building this movement on down there on a summer night and in the shoulder seasons too. So, with that being said, Mike, you got something?
Go ahead.
While they're looking up, does the liquor license change your hours of operation or expand them, or does it restrict when you can serve?
It doesn't. I don't believe it has any restrictions. Our hours aren't changing dramatically. We're not turning into like a late night club or anything. We're a small cafe and specialty shop. And like Jay said earlier, I have a 2-week-old child, so I'm not planning on staying out late as much as possible.
So do you close about 10?
No, we're closed at 6 right now. Like weekends, we'll probably stay up until like 8 or 9 as the summer, months come, it gets busier and things like that.
You're going to be not in the restaurant.
Yeah. So far, so good. I can't complain.
It doesn't, it changes.
They ramp up.
Yeah, they do.
So currently, you're gonna just have a glass of wine in the afternoon type of thing?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not changing anything. Like I said, as far as like the zoning board went, and you guys, I'm not trying to add anything or take anything away. I'm just trying to complement the cheese offerings that we do provide. Cheese and wine is an awesome pairing, and we kind of our phrasing is elevate your gathering. So whether you're hosting a gathering or you're going to a gathering, the idea is you can come to me and get some really great stuff. And if you're going to come to the cafe and sit down and relax, I'd love to have a glass of wine with a cheese board or a beer and a crepe, things like that.
Sure.
Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, so the zoning detail references 3 tabletop, 2 top tables, those high-rise tables with 2 chairs. So the answer is it's actually 6 seats and 3 high tops.
They're not even high tops, they're just like small little like patio tables. Just, something easy so people can sit outside with that dog versus coming inside.
But it's clearly more than 3 chairs.
Okay, go ahead.
So just to go back, so when I'm in full support. I absolutely believe in this. I just was curious, when you get a liquor license like this, is there parameters that they can operate? He may not choose to operate in them. I'm just curious to learn myself. What are the hours?
It's till 1 a.m.
Yeah, and it's outlined in our liquor rules and regs.
Well, that's state law. That's actually state law.
Okay. I know you wouldn't do that. I'm just not familiar. When you get the liquor license, we never really hear so you could be open to 1 a.m., but you're not going to be. But it's just.
I doubt my wife will let that.
No, it's a sleepy town after 10.
But if you do late night crepes, let us know. That sounds delightful.
All right, Mike, now that we know the zoning board's decision, we're okay to proceed closing the public hearing.
Yes,
The amendment when we take this up.
Correct.
All right. We got a
Motion to close the public hearing.
Second. All right, we got a motion, second, any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All right, that passes. The public hearing is now closed. We're now going to move to new business, item 10A. A resolution affirming or amending the town's liquor license rules and regulations, section 1, to increase the number. Whoa.
We gotta vote twice. We gotta vote.
I just tested you guys to make sure you guys know you're doing.
We're gonna take 2 votes.
All right. All right, we're going to need to increase the number of Class B limited from 5 to 6. Do I hear a motion to that effect?
Motion. Go ahead, Patty, you never go. Let me go. So moved. Second.
All right, we got a motion to increase the number of Class B limited from 5 to 6. We have a second. Any discussion? All in favor? All right, we're going to move back up now to public hearing, item 9A. We also have to include the amendment, as mentioned by the solicitor.
I would say that the motion would be to approve on public hearing item A with the amendment that the reference is 3 outside tables.
So moved.
Second. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor? All right, that passes. Good luck.
Congratulations.
You good?
Thank you. Take care.
All right, it's going to move us to item B, a public hearing relative to adoption of the town council's final fiscal year 25-26 budget as shown in Exhibit 1 attached here 2. Jim, I'm going to go to you for an intro here before we turn it over to the finance director.
So there are a few changes, minor ones, and a couple of amendments that Brian and I sat down and went over today, and he'll go over them. I think there's several pages, right, Brian, that you want to just highlight those first?
Yes.
Presentation hasn't changed at all, except for those pages that have the amendments on them. That's from previous meetings.
This. $39 and $40. No, 38. 37. 37.
I'm sorry, I was loading that up. Did you want me to jump right to,
Yeah, Brian, can you identify?
Go to the changes, and then we'll back up if they have any questions on the rest of the budget.
Sure. So that is going to be on page 34. So summary of proposed changes. The first being, which we noted at the last public hearing, I believe it was, or it might have been, I think it was both public hearings anyway, that the working rates for the healthcare and dental came in and they were higher than anticipated. The town had budgeted 6.5% increase on healthcare and about 3 or 3.5% for dental. And healthcare came in at 8.74 and dental was about 6. That has resulted for the general fund an increase of about $138,000 increase. I'm sorry, $128,000 total between all funds is $138,000 when you factor in wastewater and those employees. General fund was $128,000. The town had a credit of about $80,000 from the trust, so the net impact is about $46,000. The next is adjust the budget to reflect proposed inclusion of several operating budget expenses that were previously omitted. Adjust the budget to reflect the projected reduction in interest due on year 1 of the bans. And finally, adjust the budget to reflect the inclusion of tax bill addendums for FY 25-26. I'll take you through those. So on page 35, you'll see the breakdown of the added costs for the change in the health and dental by department. You'll notice, as I mentioned, the total increase is $46,502. That's that last column, the amendment amount. You'll notice the police department is not included here. The plan would be to apply that credit against the police department plan, as that is the largest plan of the town. So they put it, the credit of $80,154 would be applied against the police, and the rest of the increases are being proposed to be spread through the rest of the town departments at a total cost or increased cost of $46,502. The next page
is an increase of $28,498 to the town manager's professional services department. Overall, this increase represents a $4,800 increase for the Washington County Regional Planning Council and $23,698 for professional services after the removal of two proposed positions in that office. The next slide, or the next proposed amendment, is related to the debt service fund. The debt service transfer to the debt service fund. As you'll be hearing later this evening, we are proposing the issuance of bands of $55 million. It was previously noted at $61 million. So previously it was noted at $61 million at 3%, and now it's coming in projected when it was run just last week at $55 million at 3.19. So the interest is going down for the upcoming year by $75,000. So we are looking to reduce the tax operating transfer out from the general fund to the debt service fund by $75,000. And finally, by including the assumption of the tax bill certification, we'd be lowering the tax levy by $135,000, which I'm going to go into in greater detail in the upcoming slides. But this is a summary of the actual amendments. So Amendment 1, again, is the healthcare summary through various departments, an increase of $46,502. That is that last column, the amendment amount. Professional services will be going from 0 to $28,498. So the total added costs or added expenses within the budget total $75,000. The revenue would also be going, will be getting an increase because the contribution to the debt service fund will be going down by $75,000, making it a wash because of the decrease in the amount for the bands, bond anticipation notes. And then finally, the current year tax revenue would be going down by $38,554, and as an offset, it's proposed to increase the use of fund balance by $38,554. This would result in a estimated at this point tax rate of $8.98, so a 2% reduction, and I'll go through that in greater detail in the upcoming slide.
All right, Brian, we got some questions.
Sure.
My first question, first one, you went super fast, so I got lost. Professional services for the town manager, what is that? Because that's a new expense.
Yes, that was actually budgeted in the current year at $60,000 for that was the grant writer program in the current year. So it was reduced to 0 when the position was getting added, and now funds are being added back. But now the 23 of the 28 is being added back for work associated with the grants of the town.
With some of the grants that we're anticipating applying for, we're gonna have to hire and get some help to help us write them. So we're budgeting about $20,000 just for that alone. So we eliminated the grant position, but we still are gonna have some grants like that, especially like the Safe Streets grant, stuff like that, that I think would pay in dividends much higher than what we'd be contributing, putting in for. But we do need some money to write some of these grants, to help with some of these grants.
So $28,498, that's just like an odd number of digits.
So there was 4,800 for the, fund again?
4,800 for the Washington County Regional Planning Council, and $23,698 for the expenses associated with the grant work.
So is that to make us current with the Washington County Regional Planning Council? Is your annual dues, or we were behind the years?
They haven't actually been collecting them. We've been delinquent, just not participating, essentially. But they're trying to get up and running for July 1, and that's the dues for the Washington. We voted on this at the last meeting in January.
It's been around. It's been an entity that's been around for a long time. I don't really see the tangibles, so I'm hopeful that you'll either help make tangibles or you'll say this is not worth. There you go. See, I knew you were a good evaluator about that stuff. Okay, and then can you go back to this? The bands go really slow. You're reducing the tax transfer from the general fund to DUMA.
So when the budget was constructed, we had a cash flow projection for the project that was going to result in a borrow for the first year of construction of $61 million for the high school project. That was revised within the last week down to a new estimate of $55 million.
Okay.
So the borrow at $55 million at the new interest rate would result in a lower interest due on the bond anticipation notes next year of $75,000. So it would be going from $1,825,000 next year to $1,750,000.
I understand that part of the process. So are you reducing the transfer out of the debt service fund?
No, we're reducing the transfer from the general fund to the debt service fund to cover this debt because it's lower.
Okay.
So originally we were transferring, there was an increase of the transfer to from the general fund to the debt service fund of $1,130,000. That's now going down by $75,000.
Okay.
Just want to follow up on that while we're on this. So I would expect the debt service, principal and interest, to be lower, not just the interest piece, but are we keeping the balance, sort of the same, the transfer only reflecting the decrease in the interest, not the decrease in the principal? Is that correct?
So for the bond anticipation notes, we're paying interest only.
Okay.
Yeah. Until we issue the bond, actually issue the bond when the school is completed or very near completion, it will be interest only.
And the maturity on the bond anticipation notes is 12 months?
Yes.
Okay.
I did check on that. Actually, that's a good point. I'm glad you brought that up. Again, we're going down to $55 million. Say by chance costs escalate and we actually needed the 61. We can borrow a month early, and say we're running out. Right now, the plan is to borrow again next June. Right now, the funds will be available to us by the end of June this year, with the plan being to do round 2 of the bond anticipation notes next year. We can go early. I did confirm that with our financial advisors as well. So we can. It's set for a year, but we can go early if we do need additional funds as the project goes on.
And the way this works is that we issue the bands to use the proceeds to then pay for the construction, and then issue the bonds to pay back the bands.
That's correct.
And then pay back the bonds over the 20 years?
That's correct.
Okay. When we pay back the bonds, it's going to be principal and interest.
That's correct.
Okay.
So the construction is, it's like a construction loan, interest only.
That's correct.
Then we reborrow the whole amount again.
Yes.
You pay the interest, and then you get the principal and the interest. Okay.
That's correct.
Right.
Brian, why did number 1 happen? Why did we get the rates wrong by 46,000? Did more people use healthcare and dental?
When the budget was enacted or built, we were given a range between that healthcare would go up between 4% and 8%, and it ended up going up 8.74%. So
gotcha. So it's not lined out.
No, yeah, it was. Yeah. We were given a range because we go early in terms of the budget process. We were given a range, and we were in the middle to the upper portion of that range at 6.5. That's what we planned for, and it came in at 8.74.
And with all these together, how much does this increase our levy?
It's not. No, we're actually the total of these 4 proposed amendments would reduce the levy slightly, and the rate would be going from $9 proposed currently to $8.98.
And that total amendment is what?
There's 4 different ones, but
all together, all 4, right?
Yes.
What's the total of all 4?
Total, I'm sorry.
It's every penny is about $73,000.
Right.
Yeah.
So the first one we're increasing it by 46,000. The second one we're increasing it by X.
In terms
What's
of
all 3 together, or all 4 together?
In terms of the budget is going up $75,000. So we're adding cost in of $75,000, and we're reducing that expense to that cost to the debt service fund by $75,000. And then we're having a shifting on the tax levy, where we're assuming that the growth on the tax base after the tax bills are printed. That hadn't been done in the past.
And we played a little around. Roy was asking last week about the collection rates.
Yes.
So do you remember that? That's it.
I do have some slides on that as well.
Thank you, Brian.
Wait, I want to pause there, because I'm just not seeing this all add up. We say 1 cent on the tax rate equals approximately, what is it, 80,000?
Give or take, yes.
I'm not seeing that 160 here.
So the 160 is let me, if you don't mind, if I could go into what we're doing with the tax rate and the levy. That's on the next page. So the top portion of this page, on page 40, you see the assessed value, as has been noted in the past, no change there, $8.7 billion. Now you see the new proposed rate at 8.98. And then that pushes out to a levy of 78.8, and that is a growth on the tax base of 2.1 million. That's a levy increase of 2.8%. This is where pushing down the bottom, again, you're gonna, same number on the levy, that's 78,814,000. The new figure here, and I have a slide that goes into this earlier, but we kind of jumped ahead, is that net additions. We didn't have that in the past. Every year, so in the last 5 years, just looking as you had asked, the last 5 years, 135 was actually on the low end. We've gone, I think the low year we had in the last 5 years was 138,000. So we're making that assumption that we will, and what the additions is, I should start with that. Once the tax levy is certified on June 13th this year, any decks that are built, any additions that are built, any houses that go up after that time, an addendum, a new billing goes out, that's what is represented there. So we're now making that assumption that we're going to be having new billings totaling 135,000 for the upcoming fiscal year.
All right, so this is like additional growth and assessment that relates to improvements on real property?
Yes.
Okay.
Where is that number?
Under the net additions, that 135,000.
I'm on page 40. Oh. I was looking on the left. There you go.
So the preliminary budget adoption that we took up, the growth and assessments didn't account for additions made to the real property?
That's correct.
And the only amount that we're accounting for here was 135,000?
Yes.
That seems pretty low to me.
If you don't mind, I will scroll up.
It's a short time frame, correct?
It is the year. So here on page 12 is the last 5 years. That net additions column, which is ranging from anywhere from 105,000 to 188,000 over that 5-year period that the town realized.
Hold on.
And Brian, what's the collection rate that this budget includes?
99%.
All right, when we previously had a public hearing, we talked about to increase the collection rate in the budget to account to help, add more revenue so we could offset some potential expense increases because our collection rate was pretty conservative. But I thought I remember it being less than 99%.
That's the top line. It's where you see presentation, the 98.69.
What page?
Same page, page 12, where you see 98.69.
Oh yeah, in the box where.
So that.
Oh, 98.7. Okay.
Yep. So how I arrived at that, and again, to put it bluntly, this was an error on my part. All I concern myself with on my end is that net of collections revenue, that 77,950. I need 77,950 to balance the budget. So the amount to be collected minus the net collections revenue minus the amount to be collected, that was 98.7. Truth be told, you got to pull out any abatements because that comes off the total and affects. So even though I was saying at 98.69, if you look at that prelim adopted, when you add in the abatements, I was at 99. So I once you add in the abatements, because that comes off the total.
I see. So without the abatements, it's 98.7.
Correct.
Okay. So really just a presentation thing.
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead.
So the error you're talking about is 0.3%.
Yes.
I think you can be forgiven for that. I have a question about the $81,000 from the trust that was rebated. And if I remember correctly, Ian Ridlon talked about the towns getting money, the participating towns getting money back each year. What's the basis for the 80,000 plus or minus?
Sure. So after each year, how the town finishes results-wise, actual versus contributions, the town, if there's a surplus, the town has the ability to apply that surplus to the OPEB trust if a town has an OPEB trust, or take it as a credit for the upcoming year. The town had historically applied those credits against the OPEB trust. Given the funding level of the OPEB trust, the town has moved away from that, and now we have a credit available to us of that $80,000.
Am I remembering correctly that OPEB surplus is like 150%?
That's correct.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions for Brian? All right, thank you, Brian. You know, we do have a public hearing on this. We've had several hearings. But this will be the final one. If anyone in the audience wishes to come up and speak on this in particular, the fiscal year 25-26 budget, I invite you to come on up. We just ask that you introduce yourself. We're going to limit you to 5 minutes. So with that said, first come, first serve. Come on up. Come on, Doral. You coming up, Doral?
No?
All right. Do I hear a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Right, the public hearing is now closed.
Motion to approve the final budget.
Go ahead.
Second.
All right, any discussion? I have a question here. So we adopted a preliminary budget that had different figures than what you represented tonight. Do we have to do an amendment before we take up the budget? Mike, can you comment on that?
So you were presented with the amended budget this evening, so you can vote to approve the amended budget as presented.
That's the motion.
So, I'm not seconding, but I have something to say.
Go ahead.
Do you want?
I think we already have a second.
I don't know if you have a second, but I just wanted to talk about, before we approve the budget, increasing the transfer from the undesignated fund, because we basically are taking 1.5 out of it, and we anticipate a 1.5 year-end surplus, what we've heard from Brian. Am I correct?
Yes.
Right, because we're adjusting the bands. That's where that extra 75 swinging out. And I would like to be cognizant of everyone's economic angst, social angst, political stress, whatever you feel, and think about that undesignated fund. And I don't know what page it's on. It's at the top of the projected best practice, and I'd like to have a conversation, and I'll throw it out there. I would like to reduce the tax rate and take an additional $750,000. Last year we increased that transfer as well. Take another $750,000 out of the undesignated fund so that we reduce the tax rate for the people.
Would that still leave us within the acceptable range?
I think so. What page is that? I don't know. We were on that page.
I remember that page, but I don't think it.
I didn't put that page in here. I just kept it as what was adopted within the preliminary budget and the proposed amendments. I can pull that.
Is it in the original?
Yes.
I remember what it looks like. It's a little.
I just. I don't know what page it is, Ryan.
So I got the one with my notes, so everything's small because I turned it. Right now, so as of the most recent audit, the 2024 audit, the undesignated fund balance is $18,747,767, which represents 18.4% of the operating revenues.
Okay. Where is it? Did you find it?
21.
21 on the original one?
Yeah.
So before we go too far down this road, this could affect our bond rating if we take too much out and we have a call on that May 7th.
Yes.
So but we,
I'm just telling you what the fact is. You can
I hear you, and that is said every time that we gonna disrupt the bond rating. But this is next year's budget, so this surplus, right now, we're gonna be presenting them as $18 million. 18%, whatever.
They're going to be looking at the proposed budget for FY '26. I've had to turn over quite a bit of information already. They are looking at. They do a
and
very
the
good
debt
job.
service is the increase in debt service is included
Yes.
in that conversation.
Yes.
So past years, maybe this year we're increasing debt service every year. That's going to affect that.
Chief, I'm new. Could you explain a little bit further how this could affect our bond rating?
Actually, before you go there, I just want to get some clarity. What is the amendment you're seeking to do? I'm not quite sure I follow.
Increasing the amount that we take from the town's undesignated fund to transfer over to this year's operating budget.
To reduce the amount of tax revenue that we have to levy on the taxpayers, and what's the amount you're looking to?
I proposed 750, but I'm open to.
750,000?
But last year we did 6. We increased the transfer by 600,000. So I would like to recognize that we are at the top of the undesignated fund. Best practice. We have a pulse of the community, and we understand the economic and social and political angst many people feel, and we can be in a position to make these new assessments and new tax rate smoother.
When we did the 600,000 last year, wasn't that right near the end of the fiscal year?
No, it was part of the
Was it part of the budget?
Yeah.
But to clarify on the 600,000, the adopted amount that we use the fund balance in the current fiscal year is $1,793,608. What is being proposed through this amendment right now within the current budget would be $1,659,066. So it's under what is being used in the current budget by about $140,000. Not, you would be vastly exceeding what is being used this year if you go to $750,000.
I understand that, but we are anticipating a surplus of
$1.5 million.
But of which we've already committed to transferring 1.6 million, am I correct on that?
Yes.
So the net effect of that is a reduction in the undesignated fund balance.
That's correct.
This 18.7 already reflects that?
No. Yes,
Okay.
I'm sorry,
So
yes,
this-
it does.
It does? Because
That
fiscal
is,
year
I'm
ending-
sorry, that is reflective of the amount being used in the current fiscal year, FY '25, not next year.
Okay, but this current year is expected to end with a $1.5 million surplus.
That's correct.
But we've already budgeted $1.6 million in transfers out of the undesignated fund balance.
For next year, that is what's proposed.
And
yes.
that's beginning day one, essentially.
That's correct.
I think we can be sensitive.
Well, I like the idea of being, I like that idea very much. I just don't want to do anything to jeopardize our position at the meeting on May 7th. And so I'm wondering, do we not have the ability to do that on Friday the 13th of June?
We have the ability to do something now. And we can, if you're not comfortable with 750, you can suggest some other option, but I
Can we do 7:50 on Friday the 13th? Like, no, we have to do it tonight. All right, well, how much can we do without impacting the bond rating?
Before we go through this, I asked Jim a question. I'm new here, so why, could you explain to us, through me, why this would affect our bond rating if we did what Councilwoman Bergner is proposing?
So I'll speak in layman's terms. I'll speak in plain English as best I can on this. And then if you get technical questions, the scientist is at the podium right there. He can answer those. So a bond rating is really the strength of any city or town on how much you can, what percent you'll be charged when you borrow or issue bonds, right? So it is, the town of South Kingston has always been fiscally prudent since Steve Alfred days, long before that. What does that mean? There's 5 cities or towns in the state of Rhode Island that are rated AA as their bond rating, which is the highest. And we can't go even any higher because the state doesn't have the bond rating to support us going any higher. It's always been the rule of thumb. Now, why were we considered the highest? Because our debt was so low. So even though we were 1 of 5 with a AA rating, we had such low debt in this town up until fairly recently. I think it was $1.5 million a year, Brian, that's the number sound right, prior to this year. So not only do we have one of the highest bond ratings, but we had the lowest debt. We're extremely fiscally sound. We still are. But the voters voted for a school, and now our debt is going to go up every year, substantially, which we've known that from day one. So the undesignated fund, the more we take out, we don't know what the answer is going to be on May 7th, what our bond rating could be, or whatever. There's a lot of variables. Just if we take any more and we lower that fund we have that is so strong right now, it could affect it. That's the first question I asked Brian. His answer was yes, it could. We don't know if it will or will not. I just want to bring that to your attention. However you vote, you vote.
I also want to add to that. We also don't know what the final interest rate on the bands are going to be when they're issued.
That's correct.
So it could be higher than we've anticipated, which would mean we would wind up spending more.
That's correct.
I got a question, Brian. I think we've seen it in previous slides presentations, a 5-year outlook as to how much the debt service costs will be each year. Do we have an idea as to how much we'll be transferring from the undesignated fund balance to the debt service fund to help pay that debt service cost each year?
So 2 different fund balances at play there. We have a debt service fund that the general fund contributes to on an annual basis to fund our annual debt service payments. That fund has a fund balance. We will be using that fund balance as we are in this fiscal year, proposing to use $680,000 of that fund balance to support the debt. So we are, as these annual debt service payments get ratcheted up each year, we are proposing to use more of that to help isolate and reduce the tax burden. So we are using that. In terms of the debt obligations, this is reoccurring debt. This is 20-year debt that this town is going to own. I would not recommend funding this with any fund balance. This is reoccurring debt. Truth be told, your use of capital, your capital budget next year, which is really the only items in this budget that are considered 1 year, year over year, those could go away next year, capital budget, and be fine. Those are 1-year expenses. We budget for them every year, but that budget for capital next year is at just under $1.9 million. I believe it's $1,898,000. We really shouldn't have a use of fund balance greater than that. You're really going to be viewed by the rating agencies at that point as having a structural deficit because you're now dipping into fund balance to support operations.
All right, so will we, in subsequent years, let's just say 5-year outlook, be transferring amounts from the undesignated fund balance to the debt service fund balance to help fund the debt service costs of the bonds?
No.
We won't?
Not from the town's unassigned fund balance.
Okay.
Typically speaking, my goal would be to always keep that use of fund balance under, again, that capital amount. So that we are not using use of fund balance for operating expenses. It's basically, I can say on our rating call on the 7th, we are using use of fund balance for capital, and that's not reoccurring.
What's the balance of the debt service fund right now?
As of the 24 audit, $18,700,000.
That's not the debt service fund.
Undesignated fund.
That's the undesignated fund. What's the balance of the debt service fund?
Oh, I'm sorry, debt service fund.
It's a couple million, I think.
I left the audit up back there.
Debt service fund, slide 5. $3.5 million. Sorry, just found it.
that's the amount that will be spent out of debt service, is that correct? That's not the fund balance.
So the fund balance as of the 2024 audit of the debt service fund was $2,982,652.
Okay, so the debt service cost to pay down the bonds over time here is going to exceed that balance.
Yes.
So how do we sort of replenish the balance to be able to pay out of that fund the debt service costs of the bonds?
The operating transfer out of the general fund to the debt service fund.
Okay, so it's not coming from the undesignated fund?
That's correct. It's coming from, it's a tax transfer.
Okay, so it's like directly, collections on tax revenue go straight into the debt service fund?
Yes.
So it's never parked in the undesignated fund?
That's correct.
Okay. And you have an idea of how much we're expected to raise that's going to go directly to the debt service fund each year over the next 5 years?
Projected. I mean, it's, as you saw tonight, or you will see tonight with the bands, things change, but yes, a projection.
Okay. But well in excess of the amount that the debt service cost will be each year. So it's
Yes.
never going to be like the balance is in and out.
No.
Okay. Just walking through, how exactly the mechanics work of, funding the debt service. I thought it was you collect the tax revenue, it goes to the undesignated fund balance, then you transfer to the debt service fund, then you pay down the debt service costs. That's exactly how it works?
Very similar. It's in the same section as the tax transfer that goes to the school department. Same transfer out, so the operating transfer is out on the revenue side. One of those is for the debt service fund, and that's what's going up this year by $1.1 million.
So for about an instant in time, it will be in the undesignated fund balance before it goes to the debt service fund? No?
No. See, he said both to you. So he did say no, and then he told you yes. So for simple people's minds, like mine, we collect from the property taxes X number of dollars.
Mm-hmm.
It never goes in the undesignated. It goes to all the little buckets of things we're going to do.
Correct.
The leftover money or extra money in excess of what was budgeted goes into the, if it's not attached to a line item, it goes over here in the undesignated. That's
Correct.
why over time, the undesignated, we don't fund that, it's fund from excess, it's surplus.
The undesignated, yes.
So I'm asking this town council to think about this undesignated fund is already over best practice, to bring it down a little bit in recognition that we have more than we need for best practice, that the community has had its eyes opened and on a roller coaster for a lot of reasons for the last 100 and something days. If you don't feel comfortable at 750, we can pick another number, but I do think we are already, this 898 is a 2.8% tax increase. We have typically been a council that's provided 1.6, 1.7, 1.8. Can we come closer to that? Because we are not going to need all of that to fund the debt.
That's where I'm uncomfortable. You don't know that. You don't know what we're going to need. I just asked Brian about the band rates. He doesn't know what the interest rate's going to be on them. Jim is concerned about the bond rating call on May 7th. We don't know about construction costs that may change. We don't know about estimates that are going to change on the construction overall for the high school. And this town, the voters, gave us the charge May 7th to build a new high school. The more conservative approach, given all the uncertainty, is not to add to the voters' uncertainty that, yeah, we feel good because we gave you 2 cents off on your tax rate, but come July, come December, we may have to come back to you. That doesn't make sense.
We would not be coming back.
You don't know that.
Well, we had a presentation about the price of the high school, and it's the hard stop is $150. We were always going to fund the high school project through tax increases to the community, correct? We were not going to come up with some other magic money. It's coming from a tax increase. This 2.8 tax increase, most of that, half of it is the debt service to the bond. The debt service to the interest only. So,
I'm not an accountant, but Brian, you're saying that if we change the unassigned fund balance by $750,000, that could put our bond status at risk when we go in May.
So the bond rating.
Brian, hold on, not at risk, could lower it.
Right, at risk of being lower
We're
than
not
we want.
at risk, we're not at risk. Yeah, and I'm just clarifying, I don't want people to think we're.
Apologies for using the wrong jargon here.
We're not at risk, we are operating from a position of strength right now, that's all I'm saying, so May 7th, it'll be nice to keep that position of strength, but we're not at risk, I just want to clarify that.
Just to be abundantly clear for the benefit of the public, if our bond rating goes down, our interest rates in borrowing go up.
That's correct.
Yes.
And I will say, for the rating call on May 7th, fund balance represents 20% of the overall grade the town will receive. So it is a substantial talking point. And it, as noted by everyone here, it is a position of strength for the town. We've been told all along by our financial advisors, we are on the cusp of holding on to that even with the bond rate, the fund balance where it is. We've been told that. So we're going to be on the cusp of holding on to the current rating as it is.
It seems almost like before you apply for a mortgage, it would be like applying for a bunch of new credit cards. Is what I feel like we could potentially harm ourselves on May 7th, and I don't want to do that. So maybe $750 is too much, but is there some amount that
I'm open to some amount.
Even just 1 cent, like 80,000. I don't know if that makes any sense or not.
I think
or if it's just maybe like the 1 cent. We focus on that so acutely, but maybe it might be penny wise and pound foolish
I want
to
you
do
to
so.
go back to the slide that I pointed out with the safe streets, and you see 20% of the workforce is low wage, and I want to serve the people who may not come here and say, I'm struggling, I'm worried about X, I'm worried about Y, that's why. So any recognition of what the community might be in shock over is why I want to advocate that we increase the undesignated fund transfer to the general fund. It doesn't have to be $750. Last year we did $600,000. It doesn't have to be $600,000. What are you willing to be comfortable with? It can't be zero.
How much could it, if I could just get it to be like 2% instead of 2.8?
A few questions I kind of want to work through, sort of related to this. So obviously the undesignated fund balance has an effect on our credit rating. Now, a decrease in the credit rating could result in an increase in interest rates on the bonds. And just get an idea of what that looks like. If you could tell us, like, I don't know, 0.25% increase in interest rates equals a certain amount of interest payments per year. Do you know that?
I don't.
So we ask these questions when we're strategizing this stuff. We really don't. We don't know. I wish we could tell you this is a safe number. We just don't know.
Well, the reason I ask is I don't want to be in a position where we're deciding now to move a larger sum from the undesignated fund balance into this budget and then have that result in a larger interest expense per year for the debt service. And that sort of puts us in a bad position each year of sort of already having a budget deficit that we have to fund with rising interest expenses because we did this action now.
Well, that's why I brought up we're at a very strong point right now. We're managing the debt. We're managing our budget. We're going into this as strong as we've ever been to go for a bond rating or maintain our bond rating. That's all I'm saying. So we're not in any financial difficulty right now. It's just we're going into this strong on May 7th, as we are right now.
And I'm sorry, just one quick point that is not specifically related, but one of our big goals is the implementation of some form of homestead exemption. And so by taking money over here, we may be shooting ourselves in the foot down the road.
And do we know what the interest portion of the debt service will be once the bonds are fully rolled out? Do you know that?
We're assuming
And the assumed interest rate you have based on the models we've looked at?
You were operating off 3.5. Again, the bands were operating off of 3, and now they're 3.19. So I would assume if the actual bond was proposed or assumed at 3.5, it's going to be something north of that at this point.
What about the actual interest expense piece of that debt service once the bonds are fully rolled out?
I'm sorry, what's the
In
question?
3 years or 4 years?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we've looked at 5-year projections.
Yes.
So at some point we knew this.
Yes,
Do we have an idea what that is? We should.
we do. I don't have that in front of me.
All right, that's fine. We have another idea. If we're looking at potentially reducing the tax rate incrementally here, if we go back to the slide 12, yeah, Brian. I know historically, I would think that you look back over a number of years and then get an average and then use that average collection rate in the current budget. Is that what you do? You use 5 years?
Yeah.
Now, what if we narrowed it to 3 years? Looks like if we narrowed it to 3 years, we could potentially increase it a little bit.
Yep.
So if we increase it to 99.05 from 99, what would that difference in dollars be?
Approximately $40,000.
Okay. In all those 5 years that we're looking at here historically, that collection percentage includes that net addendum amount?
Yes. This comes right from the audit. This is after the year is completed. So this is the levy, all the addendums for the year, all abatements for the year, getting you to the amount to be collected, and then the collections. Yes.
Okay. Now, we may have another question. We may have discussed this in public hearings we already had on the budget, but I know that there's the growth in assessments. This budget contemplates that about 26% for residential.
I'm not sure what of that is made up of growth and what's the rebound, but our assessed values are going up over 26%, yes.
Okay, so that may or may not include actual growth in the tax base?
It does, I just don't have a breakdown because, yeah, but yes, the growth is in there.
If it does,
Yeah.
let's assume it does. Whatever growth it does is likely conservative, or is there a typical growth rate in tax base that we see each year and then use that historical to factor in what?
On a non-reval year, we could usually assume between 40 and 45 million in terms of growth.
Okay. All right. Now, going back to last year's budget, I believe that we approved an additional amount transfer from the undesignated fund balance to the budget because we anticipated a large surplus, a lot of which related to investment income from the ARPA monies that we had yet to expend, that were just sort of sitting in accounts accumulating interest.
It was the ARPA money, but it was just all of our funds in general because the rates were so well off. But yes, that's the other factor that I wanted to touch on, and I'm glad you brought that up. Thank you. The last few years, the fund balance, the surpluses that the town has realized has really been on the back of the investment income, which I don't think anybody can count on at this point. So I don't know if we're going to be seeing surpluses in the upcoming years that we've been seeing the last few years.
And in the previous year's budget, we voted on that transfer from the undesignated fund balance because the projected budget surplus exceeded the amounts we'd already budgeted transfer from the undesignated fund balance.
That's correct.
But this year, this budget is different because the amount that we're budgeting for transfer out exceeds the amount of the budget surplus. The 1.5 million budget surplus as compared to the 1.6 million transfer from undesignated fund balance.
That's correct.
So it's a little different scenario than last year. I think that's why we felt a little more comfortable. We saw that surplus was in excess of the amounts we'd already budgeted to be transferred over from the undesignated fund balance. If in fact the budget surplus is larger at year end when we see the actual, is there a mechanism by which we could reduce the tax rate at that point by the amounts the budget surplus exceeds the amount of the transfer from the undesignated fund balance?
No.
Okay.
The bills will be, the assessor will be certifying the roll on June 13th. Yeah, done.
Your charter requires you to adopt your final budget by May 1, so you've got 2 days.
The option you would have at year end, say the surplus is greater than anticipated, you'd have the option to transfer additional fund balance to the debt service fund to bump up that fund balance to use towards future debt service payments for the bond.
All right, and that projected budget surplus, which is for the year ending in 2 months, is pretty solid right now. Could we see potential changes there? Can you talk on that?
Sure. There's always potential changes. I mean, it's that was as of March 31st, the end of March. So we still have 3 months left in that year. That's based on this. We still have April, May, and June. So there's still chances for it to go up or down. Absolutely. If I could hit it right on the head, I wouldn't be here. I'd be on a beach somewhere.
All right.
So where you have this slide that I cannot locate, the budget surplus slide?
Yep.
So
21.
I don't have that with me. I have several others, but not that one.
Public hearing number 2.
Oh, public hearing number 2. Number 12. So let's look at this. See, it's not mine. Public hearing number 12. I don't have that. What page?
21.
21. Okay. So we're over 18%. Over 18%. And best practices is what? 11 to 17%?
That is the town's policy. Yes.
So what's the issue with just addressing and just coming to the top end of the policy?
Well, I think there's some uncertainties out there. I think one of which is, our expectation as to bond rating is based on our current financial condition, which sort of does not contemplate a near additional $1 million reduction in the undesignated fund balance. And then even if we do go that route, I think there's also the uncertainty of what will the interest rate be if we have a reduced bond rating, and what will that interest expense be, causing an increase in the debt service costs each year. So that's something to think about, because that's going to have an effect on each budget, thereafter, which could put us in a potential position where we have to use the undesignated fund balance every year thereafter to help, fund this increase that we are contemplating now. But
so we have $16.7 million in the undesignated fund. It's 18.46% of the budget. I'm just looking at that and saying, could you take some of that and address the community's needs? I hear the bond rating, I hear the unknowns, but we are also we have more than we need in a little piggy bank that other people paid for. It's other people's tax dollars. I'm asking you to think about what could you feel comfortable with. If you don't want to, then we can move along and you can just vote.
Well, is it 18.46? Is that what you said?
Percent.
So if up to 18 is best practice.
17. I'm not even saying go to 7. Can we bring it down at all?
And you take the 40,000 from that Rory referenced from
at least
from that one thing, and then take.
How I feel is I am uncomfortable taking from the unassigned fund balance at this point due to the recommendation from the town management. If they feel that the best way to make sure that our rating is as high as possible is by keeping this fund balance a little bit above 18%, then I think we should take their word for it and vote on this in this way. Councilman Bergner, I completely understand you trying to lower the tax burden on our residents of South Kingstown, but in the long term, Councilwoman Alley made a great point. I think this could be penny-wise, pound-foolish, and I think that this council should not do this. And additionally, the next year and the following year is going to be an even higher tax burden on the taxpayers. So the less we use this year, the more we could possibly use for next year as well.
And we'll be back here in a year and you'll all say the same thing again. Because I've been here and it's the same talking points to prevent this from happening. I hear every time.
Respect.
Excuse me.
Are you okay?
600,000.
Are you okay?
I'm fine.
You don't sound
did it
okay.
last time.
You don't sound
Because
okay. You're angry.
I'm going to make my motion again to approve the budget as presented with the amendments. Does that cover us, Mike?
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? I got a few things I just kind of want to flesh out. I want to get back to the point of, last year we're in a different position. We anticipated and we did yield a budget surplus that exceeded the amount we had already budgeted and transferred from the undesignated fund balance. That made it an easier decision. Let's move more from the undesignated fund balance into the budget, because we had already expected an increase in the undesignated fund balance in the amount that the budget surplus exceeded the amount we had already budgeted for transfers out of the undesignated fund balance. This year we're in a different position. We anticipate a budget surplus of $1.5 million, but we've already budgeted $1.6 million of transfers out of the undesignated fund balance. That will result in a reduction of the undesignated fund balance. So, am I correct? Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just want to jump in on one thing. So there's two aspects of this that keeps that percentage going. So it's that 18.46%, that's the amount of the fund balance, which you're correct is going down, against the operating revenues, which it would be as an offset, the operating revenues of the next fiscal year. And again, the operating revenues for next year is going up to 3.64%. So with the projection of the fund balance going down slightly and the operating budget going up, you will likely see this percentage start to go anyway.
So in 2023, the fund balance was $16 million.
Oh, we know that. We don't have to go through these facts again. I understand it. I see it on the slide. I get it. I get your position, and I think it's a little bit aggressive. But I understand where you're going with it.
I'm open to a collaboration.
I'm definitely open to increasing the collection rate to 99.05%. That's 40,000-ish. Is that going to get us down to 897?
You've got to keep going, Marty. 40,000 is a joke.
35,000 roughly more.
All right, what if we increase it to 99.1?
That's silly, Rory.
Is that too aggressive?
I think so.
Okay.
I just wanted to say why I seconded this, and Councilman Bergner, I will support you next year if we want to put $750,000 next year into it. I'm happy to support you on this because you said that we'll use the same talking points next year and we won't move. I disagree, right? I'm happy, but this year, when we have this bond call coming up, I don't want to risk it. That's how I feel, and I respect where you're coming from, but that's how I feel.
So as a taxpayer for the last 25 years, I want to say that you have to go out and be in touch with the slide that says 25% of the town is a low-wage earner. People are worried about their pocketbooks, and we can do something. We shouldn't do nothing. That's all I'm going to say. I'm happy to lose fighting for other people to be fairly treated. That's all.
I just want to say that lots of people would love to become taxpayers, but they can't afford to buy a home inside Kingstown, and so renters also matter. So I just want to point that out there.
All right, let me ask you this question, Brian. The town council contingency fund in the budget is about $60,000. What's that about?
I believe so, yes.
And Brian, how are those monies typically expended?
It is budgeted, proposed budget for upcoming year. Contingency is at 60,000, yes.
And how are those monies typically expended?
Unforeseen, unbudgeted expenses as they arise throughout the fiscal year.
Is that fully spent each year?
No. No.
And how much is expended each year from that?
It varies. I'm sorry.
On average?
Oh, on average. So there was a budget in '24 of $26,000 and $25,000 was spent. In the current fiscal year, again, that was really reserved for the settlement of contracts. It was increased in the year we're in, but $10,565 was expended. This was in March. I don't know if anything is, but I only have the 24 and 25 right here.
I guess what I'm trying to say is is this an area we could potentially reduce in the budget to help us get to that 1 more cent? If we increase the collection rate to 99.05, and then we reduce the amount of town council contingency fund, that could get us to 1 more cent here. I don't know if that's wise, prudent. Maybe you could talk about that.
I understand where you're going, and I'm not going to speak against it, but to give you the other side of that, you have, on the general fund only, you have a $34 million budget. You're going to have a contingency for unbudgeted, undesignated items of 20-some-odd thousand then, which will make it work. I'm just saying, it is a small amount. But we've made it work in the past, we'll make it work again. That's the other side of it.
Go ahead.
I just want to say something positive. Friday night when I went home, the tax rate was 9 cents. And Brian worked on it pretty much all weekend. And it surprised me today that it's $8.98. So we did pretty good over the weekend. So it's not like we went up over the weekend. We went down 2 cents. So we did pretty good. Just want to make you aware of that.
Thank you, Jim.
Sorry, one thing that I just wanted to bring up. So if we're thinking about $750,000 from the undesignated fund balance as a way to deliver some relief to taxpayers, another way of maybe looking at that is with the homestead exemption, and maybe once we get our, bond call and everything, we would leave a little bit of a cushion in there so that we could apply that 750, just as a hypothetical number, to offering tax relief through a homestead, which would give us a little bit more control over delivering the tax relief where it is most needed, perhaps.
I like that a lot. And I think I sort of heard everything I needed to hear, sort of in an attempt to try to bring it down a little bit. I don't think it's wise or prudent to dive into that undesignated fund balance, to the extent, described. I really don't think we should dive into it any further than this budget already contemplates here, especially in light of, which we already walked through, the expected budget surplus versus the actual amount we plan to transfer on July 1. I'm going to be voting in favor of the motion. I think this is a good budget. It's lean. This came to us starting at 905. We eventually got it down to 9. Now we're looking at 898. I think we've done pretty good with this. I think if we, tamper with the collection rate, it's getting a little aggressive. I don't think, based on finance director's advice, I think that's not prudent. But diving into the contingency fund, it's probably not prudent either. We'd be, taking money out of really a fund there to, help pay for unanticipated expenses that come about. But I'm in agreement with the amended budget that's been presented here tonight. So if there's is there any more discussion?
No, I've just, you know that I am disappointed because I'm going to vote to pass the budget with all of you, but I want you to know that I feel like this undesignated fund continues to grow every year. We don't take enough out of it. Either we're over collecting on the front end to generate that surplus, because it's grown by $750,000 from fiscal year 23 to 24, even though we keep taking money out of it and applying it to the general fund. It's fine. I'm just going to continue to advocate that people make choices, people are concerned, and I want to be someone who's going to advocate that if we don't need to take the extra money, we don't. That's all.
Move the question.
All right. All in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? All right, that passes unanimous. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Jim. It's now going to bring us to new business, item B, a resolution adopting a proclamation recognizing May 2025 as Frontline Worker Appreciation Month as follows. Whereas frontline workers are the builders of our community, exercising curiosity, compassion, courage, and creativity to provide essential services that ensure the safety, health, and education of our residents. And whereas over 9 million healthcare workers across the United States serve in hospitals, clinics, and long-term care facilities, often placing themselves at risk to provide life-saving care. And whereas firefighters respond to an estimated 36 million emergency calls each year, over 800,000 sworn law enforcement officers nationwide work tirelessly to uphold the law and ensure public safety, and emergency medical services personnel respond to more than 240 million calls annually. And whereas teachers dedicate their careers to shaping the future of our communities, with over 3.7 million educators in the U.S. providing knowledge and guidance to our youth. And whereas frontline workers embody the essence of builders, flexible thinkers, and constructive problem solvers who respect the dignity of all people by dedicating themselves to overcoming challenges and uniting communities. Now, therefore, we, the Town Council, the Town of South Kingstown, do hereby proclaim the month of May as Frontline Worker Appreciation Month and encourage all residents to join in recognizing and honoring the heroic contributions of our healthcare workers, firefighters, law enforcement officers, EMS personnel, and teachers. All right, do I hear a motion to approve that item?
So moved.
Seconded.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Just wanted to say I'm so proud of my brother Matt, who is a registered nurse in Hawaii, born and raised in South Kingstown, was the Nurse of the Year, and I'm so proud of him for being a frontline worker.
All right. All in favor? Aye. All right, that passes. It's now going to bring us to item C, a resolution adopting a proclamation from Brian Hopkins, U.S. Small Business Administration, recognizing May 4th through May 10, 2025, as National Small Business Week as follows. Whereas small businesses are the engine of the American economy and the foundation of a free and prosperous nation built by men and women who work hard, take risks, and believe in the power of the American dream. And whereas small businesses make up more than 99% of all private sector employers and create nearly 2 of every 3 new jobs in America, fueling opportunity and driving local economies across every corner of the country. Whereas whether in our fields, on our factory floors, or at the frontiers of technology, small businesses are driving the innovation and building the products to keep America strong, competitive, and secure. And whereas in recent years, small business owners have faced unprecedented challenges, yet have remained resilient in their commitment to delivering for America's communities. And whereas despite these headwinds, the American spirit of enterprise endures, we now stand at the threshold of a new golden era for small businesses, whereas South Kingstown RI shares the administration's commitment to fighting for the hardworking entrepreneurs who power our economy from the ground up. And whereas National Small Business Week has been proclaimed by the President of the United States since 1963, honoring the vital role of small businesses in creating jobs, growing the economy, and anchoring our communities. Now, therefore, we, the Town Council of the Town of South Kingstown, do hereby proclaim May 4th through May 10, 2025 as National Small Business Week in the Town of South Kingstown.
Motion to approve item 10C.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All right, that passes. It's going to move us to item 10D, a resolution authorizing the town clerk to advertise for order of notice of public hearing to consider proposed amendments to the Town Code Chapter 4 Boats and Waterways Ordinance, Section 4-41 Small Vessel Storage Act.
Motion to approve item 10D.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I just want to say that I appreciate all the members of the public emailing us about this, and I think it's a great thing for our harbor master and our team to put in there to preserve public rights of way and make sure boats aren't just left on the side there in an orderly way. So, pretty exciting stuff. Good stuff.
All right. All in favor? Aye. Right, that passes. It's going to move us to item E. Mike Stack, come on up.
Good evening. Item E is hydrilla treatment, correct?
That's correct.
So just real briefly, as I'm sure you folks may be interested, we did recently, the Town Highway Department recently installed the CD3 boat cleaning station at Warden's Pond. We're awaiting approval from Rhode Island DEM to basically open that to the public. They don't have concerns because hydrilla is not growing yet in the pond. We started working on Indian Lake Management Plan, which we received a grant for. I was informed that the broader Saugatucket watershed is slated for 2026 to have a a watershed plan worked on with Rhode Island DEM. So that kind of all ties into this item here, which is based on the Bayham Watershed Restoration Grant that you folks authorized us to apply for, and we subsequently received. This is to treat with an aquatic herbicide, dihydrilla at Indian Lake. This will take care of year 2 and also year 3. DEM did year 1 last year with the federal grant, if you recall. The grant from around DEM is covering $155,000 worth of this total cost, which is for 2 years, $269,780.
All right, fully funded by DEM.
Not fully funded by DEM. They're only funding $155,000. Be utilizing the grant management fund, as we discussed previously, for the match requirement of the grant that we received from Rhode Island DEM.
Should motion to approve item 10E.
We got a motion. Do we have a second? We have a second. Any discussion?
What will be the fund, the ending, what is the fund balance now on the grant fund? Happy to approve it, I just want to know, as we deplete it, what's the fund balance?
I would have to defer to the finance department on that. I apologize.
Hey, Mike, can you walk us through that funding? 155 covered by DEM. The remainder is.
That's correct. So the total cost of the treatment is $269,780.
Yes.
DEM, the grant was 55-45, I believe. If I go back and look on the match, we also had some buy down with the CD3 unit that we installed with the non-point source pollution grant. Unfortunately, we have to pay cash out of pocket, and boat wash station doesn't pay for the actual herbicide treatment. So the portion that the town is required to pay, so you authorized $125,000.
So it's just under that?
Yes, correct.
Got it. Okay. All right, any other questions on this? All in favor? Aye. All right, that passes. Thank you, Mike. Terry Murphy, come on up.
Good evening. This is new business item 10F, and it's a recommendation to award a contract amendment to Beta Group, Inc. for the Old Mountain Field Improvement Project for construction administration services to administer the the construction project for the entirety of the Old Mountain Field project, which was awarded about a month ago to E.W. Berman. The total amount is $155,900, and again, Beta is the engineering and consulting firm that did the master plan, and then was also amended to prepare all bid specs and plans for the Phase 1 construction project. We are recommending that the funds for this is another project looking to use the grant match fund account at $155,900. Any questions?
Sure. So the services are construction administration. Is that a project manager or something different?
In some ways, it's a project manager. We're recommending Beta because they are the original engineer and firm that designed the project. They do project oversight and coordination, technical review, bid submittals, RFIs, pre-construction work, and closeout work, and on-site inspections. So the original bid or proposal from Beta came in at $293,000. I consulted with our public services director and also Rex, our park superintendent, with regard to how we could reduce that by using in-house resources to do some of the resident inspection services on site during the project. So we did ask for the for Beta to come back with a lower amount, and they came back with 155.9. So we're looking to be able to get them their contract amended to keep this project going.
All right, thank you, Terry.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
That passes. Thank you, Terry.
Thank you.
Rich Bourbonnais, come on up.
Good evening. Each year we re-up or we put out the contract for our refuse hauling. It includes all the municipal buildings and also sludge removal. So there are two items here with separate recommendations, but we were able to talk with Republic, and they agreed that they would hold their pricing for the upcoming year, which has been good. Normally, we budget in about, I think it's a 5% increase, but we won't be using that if we stick with the contract. So the first recommendation is to it would be for item, I guess it's G. A resolution authorizing the amendment of the award of bid to Republic Services for our regular refuse disposal and recycling for the municipal buildings.
All right, thank you, Rich. Any questions for Rich?
Yeah. The second one is for.
We're going to take this up in a block?
Got it. Well, it's up to you.
Yeah, go to the second one.
All right, so the second one is for Republic Services for sludge transportation. At the cost that they provided in the original bid last year.
All right. Any questions for Rich on either item G or H?
Under item G, last time we talked about the recycling, and I'm not sure if this is separate and apart, but our qualification for the higher rate of rebate or lower rate of payment. Yeah. For recycling, and you said we don't qualify for it for the higher rate.
Well, no, so that's townwide, that rate.
Yep.
So we generally don't meet the 35% in recent years. We're in and around the 30%, even a little bit lower. So that's why our rebate is, adjusted accordingly.
Yep.
So we're always pressing for 35%. That's why we have a recycling coordinator.
So on this contract, does that lower rate apply?
Well, so this waste is tipped at a commercial rate, I believe. I'd have to check on that. Okay. Whether it applies to our municipal rate or not, I don't believe it does. Okay, but I have to check on that.
So the question about the 35% recycle rate, it led me to think, many people think they recycle, they put all that stuff in a green bin, and then eventually it gets commingled and doesn't count. So people's, is it urban legend, or is that actually what is recycled?
Well, so from my visit to the MRF, they call it, is the recycling center at the Rhode Island Recovery. They've indicated a very, very high percentage of that is even not only recycled, but it's used domestically. So it's not even shipped. And, that's what they're telling us. And I can't tell you the rates. I'm not going to try to remember those rates. But it was a very high percentage. Recycling is working here, I believe, from my experience with Rhode Island Resource Recovery. Recycling for the haulers, recycling is required. We don't, and we're on them. So if they don't recycle enough in 1 month, or not at all sometimes, they can receive a violation. They can even lose their license to haul in town. So we're always on them. As far as promotional, we're always trying to do a little bit more. Always putting it out there. That's all we can do.
But have you heard what I'm saying? That in the public that many people think they put their recycling out and there's so much that doesn't get used, why bother, and just throw it away anyway, because eventually it gets all mushed together.
Yeah, well, I'm not saying that, so I don't know how that's happening, but
I know how it's happening. I went there myself for a tour. So some parts of the state have a very poor recycling program, and their loads are getting rejected. So the answer is that number, that 35%, yes, that's probably pretty accurate. Because so many loads are getting rejected across the state, particularly Providence, that it's offsetting our high recycling rate when we send stuff on.
So are you suggesting that? I'm sorry to interrupt you. Is it because of some of those loads that are rejected? Is that why people are saying this or suggesting this?
There was an article in the newspaper about this.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't.
Yeah, so that's what this is. The around resource recovery did say, they gave a statement that it was 35% overall was being recycled, but the South County area is known for giving very high quality recycling material.
But I thought Mike's question was, we don't make the target.
They're two different things. What I'm talking about is that tipping fees essentially get reduced if you hit a 35% recycling rate. And Rich is telling us that we don't get above 30. My next question was going to be, how do we get, what can the council do to get the residents to do more recycling so that we get a higher recycling rate and a lower tipping fee?
Well, it's not a lower tipping fee; it's a rebate at the end of the year. Okay, but we can, all we can do is, try to promote. As far as some things being rejected, people may be have the perception that they're just shipping stuff back, and what our town manager is saying is that has happened, and what happens is and particularly during heavy rains, things like that, if our recycling is going up to resource recovery, even ours, it can be rejected because it's just saturated and generally messy. They will reject it in those situations, and it has happened. It doesn't happen very often with us, like very infrequent. But those might be reasons why there's that perception. But I'm not clear. It's like I'm not out there saying none of this is used. We are promoting it as much as we possibly can, and I'm not sure why people have that perception.
So I think you and Jim say slightly different things.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, we are. So I went on a tour of the place. They came and talked to the League of Cities and Towns, and they explained this to us. Portions of the state are not recycling well, so their loads are getting rejected. The South County area, in particular South Kingstown, does a really good job of recycling. I don't know how we could improve any more than we are. I mean, if you go to our transfer station, the stuff is very clearly marked. And our loads do not get rejected from the haulers that are hired privately by this town. So the answer is yes. The statistic around resource recovery gave was 35% of all the recyclables as a whole for the state that go in is what makes it through to recycling. But it's not because of anything we're doing down here.
Maybe a statewide bottle bill would help with that, huh? Mr. President, motion to approve item 10G and 10H.
So I have a question. I'll happy to second it, but I'd like to have a follow-up question.
We got a motion. I'll second it. It's in discussion. Go ahead.
So do we, in South Kingstown, do we not reach 35%? Because I feel like Jim said we do, but then we don't.
No, we are not meeting 35%.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Other things we can do.
We're well in excess of the 35%. Can you clarify that?
We're not. We're not.
The town of South Kingstown?
If you listen to one and then the other, they both said different things. Jim said we were good, and he said,
no.
And Mike said we didn't meet the thing.
Okay. I will tell you this, though. How about this? That there are ways that we can make greater our rate of recycling. And remember, recycling is a percentage on weight. We're working more on composting, things like that. That will help to reduce some of our waste and, in effect, raise some of our perceived. So when we say that 35% overall, it really is around the state. There's a lot of recycling happening, but overall, when you cluster it all together, South Kingstown does a very good job. We are not presently meeting 35%, though.
Okay.
Okay.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
That passes. Thank you, Rich.
Thank you.
Jamie Rabbit, come on up.
I don't know if my subject matter is more exciting than trash and recycling, but we're going to talk about geographic information systems. You have a request before you to support our endeavors to improve the efficiency and speed of our systems that we have. We have a web-based GIS system. We're proposing to go to a Access GIS format using ESRI products. To equate the speed of this, it would literally be going from dial-up to high-speed internet. Even though people feel we have a relatively fast system now, the capabilities of this new system are tenfold with regard to speed and deliverability. We also have the ability, as we move forward with bringing this online, to better integrate the assessor's data, our view permitting data that's going digitally, and all systems geographically within the town. So again, we spend about $5,600 on this now. The fee we have annually to start is $5,400, so there's a cost savings on the annual side. We do have a setup fee that's based just under $9,000, but we're allocating some potential add-ons as we get into this new system. Net result is a quicker, more efficient, better usable by external and internal users.
Just a quick question. Is this something that we've identified in the CIP? Because where are the monies coming from?
The monies are coming kind of twofold. Carol Baker, who is our GIS administrator, I've mentioned it before, has announced her retirement late this summer. So in anticipation of that, we added some consulting fee money to that transitional period between a new GIS planner position and her departure. So we have funds becoming available on July 1. We also have fees within the planning department on consulting and also tech.
Okay.
I may not need to dip into SIP money. I may be able to do it under operational.
Okay. Because that's not, sometimes managers and staff put that into the memo. We didn't see where the funding source was. Thank you.
All right, do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve item 10I.
There's a second, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
That passes. We got the next one, Jamie.
The next item is again a request by the department and the town manager's office to have the town council support 2 grant applications that went to Rhode Island Commerce. The first is for planning funds, similar to what we're doing with Union Studios, to take them into a next phase. We requested $100,000 of funding. $75,000 would be town, and $25,000 would be, $25,000 would be town, $75,000 would be the grant. The second part of that would be a request for $600,000. That would be for the demolition of South Road School. The ask is $500,000 from Commerce. Our match would be $100,000. If we don't receive the grant, we have a $600,000 cost potentially. So this was a fairly simple ask to put together.
Right.
All right.
Do you know how quickly they review grant requests and get back to you?
We should receive some information in the next 4 to 8 weeks.
Excellent.
Motion to approve item 10J.
Second. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, that passes. We got one more, Jamie.
The next item is a request by the Economic Development Committee to do a survey. Mike Gagas is here as the chair of that committee to discuss that further, but it's primarily a survey associated with a community hub at the Wakefield Elementary School. I know the town council is deep in the study of the elementary school, so that's moving on one path, at one speed, and I think Mike can explain better what they're trying to do.
Thanks, Jamie. Long time no see. Good evening, everyone. Last Thursday, actually, I did use my precious 5 minutes to talk about surveys, and we are planning to do a survey at URI to find out what the demand would be for housing in the 100 to 80% of AMI levels, right, or others, so that maybe you can calibrate your approach based on some data. Our normal procedure is that we write these things up, we review them, we shoot them over to Brian. Brian takes a look at them. As Jamie said, protects us from ourselves, and then we go and do it. We didn't follow that this time on the Wakefield Elementary School. We just shot it out there without telling anybody, and it was possibly overly favorable of what nice digs that Wakefield Elementary School might be. We didn't mention air conditioning and et cetera. So we just have been going back and forth with the staff here, and finally, we've come to a nice survey, and the staff, Jim in particular, said, let's review you guys so you know what we're doing, not surprised, and ask for you to tell us to continue. This is Randy Apuzzo. He's the vice chair now of the Economic Development Committee. He's primary author of the survey, and we can answer any questions you have.
All right, great. I got a few questions. I'll sort of kick it off. Randy, I know you had some experience in another town working with like a hub, is that correct?
Yeah, correct, San Diego, 20 years.
And they did a similar sort of, starting point that we're looking at here?
Yeah, we help start up like many, call it like incubators or shared space, like community spaces to get the startup economy going in San Diego.
You did like a survey?
Well, we started by surveying people to gain interest, and then we started building events around shared spaces.
Okay.
It worked extremely well. It's part of the startup San Diego. It still runs today.
How do you plan to sort of distribute this? Like get it out to
So I already
residents in
got
town?
confirmation. Chamber of Commerce, they have a mailing list. I won't share numbers publicly here, but we've already got approval to send there. We can share it on the social media channels that are in like my town and the other local social media channels. So that's where we'll definitely get a good set from there. We're going to look to reach out to URI too to send to students because it's of interest of the students as well. So we have our sources, and we also talked to Brian Wagner, and said that whatever distribution channels we'll approve through him before we just send through those channels.
And do we anticipate like a certain response rate? I don't imagine everybody's going to respond, right?
Yeah, so as it was said, when I first was sworn in, the next day I went to Commerce, this was about a year ago, and I fired out a survey myself on behalf, and that was, I was told to shut that down. The response rate was really high. We got, I think, about 65 responses in less than 48 hours. And the data was overwhelming and really good. Built a report for it, but we want to go through the right channels this time. I did that without getting it approved by the TC. So we're here looking for approval to get the survey out so we can gauge. The reasons are we're just trying to gauge the economic viability from both like URI students, local entrepreneurs, small businesses, makers, to see what their demand is for some sort of mixed-use commercial community space. Call it a hub or incubator, whatever you call it. But first, just polling the community at large to see what the viability is for the Wakefield Elementary School. Because right now, it could be 3-5 years before something happens. So if we're sitting on that dead space, we want to be able to leverage that space for the community. If that space becomes mixed use, which is on the docket, it would be excellent this would be the starter, so if it gets mixed use, turns into some commercial on that space, if that happens, right, then we already have a base for it. It'd be great.
All right. Any questions?
Are you familiar with Town Made in town next to the Perpicon?
Yes, I am.
Where it's kind of like an incubator space?
Yeah, for food.
Gotcha. Absolutely, for food. And I love that you come from San Diego because you're bringing some of that energy and the ideas and how flourishing it is for small businesses.
The weather was San Diego weather today. It was the best day of the year.
Oh, don't say that. I just have a couple questions. Yeah. So I've written many surveys in my time, and my issue, or not my issue, but what I would recommend modifying.
Okay,
right?
great.
What I would recommend modifying is you go through this entire thing, and if someone is taking this survey but doesn't know that the town is in the process of trying to create affordable housing and potentially mixed-use space at Wakefield, they're not going to know that, right? They're going to think that the town council's prerogative is that this should be a town hub, right? And I think that we don't want to. I think it's a good idea, and I think that, like Town Made, a mixed-use space could occur. But I want to be clear that this process is going towards affordable housing, right? And so, on the bottom, you have number 10, the reuse of Wakefield Elementary School as a community hub is currently only an idea. I would amend that to the reuse of the Wakefield Elementary School as a commercial community hub is currently only an idea. The South Kingstown Town Council has been planning for mixed-use commercial and residential space in this area. Does that interest you as well, right?
Right.
And obviously that's not the best phrasing of that language, but I want to be clear that while you're collecting data in order to tell us that there is interest in a community space, right? Totally understand that. But the prerogative of this council is to build affordable housing, and so how this can merge possibly is mixed use, right?
Correct.
So that's what I would recommend, making sure that this town council's prerogative, because you advise us as the Economic Development Committee, that, while, yes, we're trying to gauge interest in that, the idea here is to have mixed use. And that's my suggestion.
That's understood.
Thank you.
That can be amended. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thoughts? Just a comment and a couple of questions along Jay's lines. The initial description in the survey talks about the use of the school as the hub, what did you call it? Innovation hub concept.
Yep.
But in the confines of the existing building. And when EDC came to us a year and a half ago with this proposal, the idea was literally using and keeping the building. The workshop that we had Thursday night is contemplating a mixed-use building on one side and housing just a sole housing building on the other side. I think you need to let people know that, like you had said at the beginning, you're looking at 3 to 5 years out. We don't know exactly when, but at some point, the building presumably is going to be demolished.
Correct. But right now, while it's stagnant, let's take advantage of it for the community and for economic growth.
Right.
That's the idea.
Right. I just don't want you to sort of set up false expectations for people. And the other question I had is, with respect to getting the survey out to different groups, what is your target? Who are you looking for? Like, I was a member of the chamber and on the board. I got a pretty good idea of those 650 members. I'm not sure what the connection is between those established businesses and people who are essentially startups.
So, yeah, entrepreneurs, small businesses, students, the local remote workforce. Those would be our targets.
And possibly, Vice President, small businesses running out of homes that would like to open up a brick and mortar, right?
Yeah, because like for the location's prime for like mixed makerspace. There's obviously blue economy. There's the startup opportunities that come out of URI. And same like all the way down to the farmers market that's at URI right now. I've talked to them before. They would be interested to be able to run there. It's a better space for it. It's close to Main Street. So there's a lot of opportunity for use for it. In the meantime, while decisions are made, and then I know that it's a long process, right? Based upon the Thursday meeting, it's going to be some time. So rather than just growing mold and getting vandalized, let's take advantage of it.
Absolutely.
Well, that's the concept. Whether or not there's demand for it would be the advice we'd be giving based upon the survey.
It's clearly got to be an interim proposal. Right?
Yep.
Not the ultimate.
Thank you.
So, do you want to go? No, you go. A couple of things. One, I would suggest that you probably either contact the newspaper and have them write an article about your idea so that it gets the broadest awareness. I don't know how I feel about this because I wonder if somebody has a retail space or an office space and then we're coming in and competing in a way that maybe a regular landlord can't. So there's that. So like, are we hurting other landlords to help keep Wakefield vibrant for a short time? The second thing I wonder about is I'm not clear on what vandalism has happened. All I hear is broken windows or something happened last weekend, Jim. What happened? The windows were broken. And so then I wonder, like, what are we even offering? Is it gross?
Last Saturday, the school was vandalized. It's been vandalized numerous times the past few weeks. 15 or 20 broken windows. There was a paint thrown on the inside of the school. There was graffiti on the outside of the school. The police department did make an arrest of a couple of juveniles, 13, 14 years old, but still the building is in tough shape.
So then what investment would we have to make to get it up and running? And you see how we fight about $40,000, so I don't know where that
the survey is geared for it to self-sustain. So we have data. We got data from the last survey that it pretty much will self-sustain itself based upon what the remote workers, they would be willing to pay towards it is one of the ideas. So I don't think it's not viable if there's going to be costs. Right now it's already costing you roughly about $100,000 a year to operate just sitting there. So I know it's not in your hands yet, but that's what we know based upon the estimates that we've gotten.
We did and we will put a pro forma together based on, and I was proposing last time that we say, look, if you filled it with 25% of the buildings, you get this much revenue potentially, and but you'd have these expenses like security and so forth, right? And we would make it a kind of a break-even thing, or it could be less, and you guys can decide we don't want to do it or we do. We'll definitely give you all the numbers you need to decide whether it's the risk reward is there or not.
And my other fear is when we offer something and then we take it away and we're not building a replacement. We're just building this as an interim potential. And then, sorry, you've operated your incubators, startup for 18 months or a year, and now we need to demolish the site to build the two buildings, if that's where we go.
Yeah, the proposal on the mixed use has an area for it. So that, like the mixed use proposal, there is a portion for commercial. So that could be, it could be a swap, yeah.
And the goal of an incubator, right, is to grow a small business so they can make enough money to rent our spaces in downtown Wakefield and elsewhere, right? I mean, that's the point, right? You're incubating this small business and it needs to grow and have the profits in order to move into a commercial space.
Yeah, let's say the create industry, right? Sorry.
Yeah. Just as a little bit of background and trying to put things into perspective, as a department, we're in favor of a survey. It's just the concerns, and I think the council members have expressed some. You want an incubator space to be successful. So if you have someone who's successful, you shouldn't have to tell them in 6 months they may have to vacate the building. You just voted to support a grant application for the tear down of another application. I wouldn't want to be before you 6 months, 12 months from now saying I would have applied for that $1 million to tear down the Wakefield School, but you have people in there that you have put in there. The building has one central heating plant. It has no air conditioning. It has concrete block walls, so you're going to have to repeat in repeaters with regards to Wi-Fi. There's no high-speed internet in there. So there are a number of things in there that I think the survey doesn't address. And our concerns as a department with 10 questions, you're not asking maybe all the questions that need to be asked. If I'm responding to a survey, are you willing to pay $1,000 a month for space? What's the space I'm renting? What's the condition of the space I'm renting? What are the parameters? What are the extents of the lease? What is the town providing to me? Most incubator spaces I've been to on the office side, there's something that the town provides. Free copier, conference room, high-end space, very complementary space to a startup who wants to do a funding round, not the present condition of the school. And we'll leave it at that. In my view, there need to be a substantial investment in that school to make a successful incubator space out of it, but you don't know how long that space is. And I think what I'm concerned about is if you get people in there and you are successful, you're then going to ask them to leave. So there is no end game to their next step, and that's my concern. There are a few private sector individuals who have space in town who are exploring potential incubator space, but it would be long-term. There'd be a marketplace for it. The town made one of their successes is because they received a substantial grant from the state of Rhode Island to supplement the income of people who need to use that space. I think without that substantial grant, there would have been a longer lead time to jumpstart that space. So I'm not saying it's a bad idea. It's just, I think you need more information on what the next step would be. That if you put people in there for 6 months or 12 months and you told them to leave, where do they go? Yeah. So they started their business and now they're out.
Right. And I think to follow up on Jay's point, it sounds like your view of this is sort of a priming the pump approach. If you get a hub and you have people in, then they may be the permanent tenants when the building is built. But what do they do in the meantime? If they're there for a year and a half, and then it takes a year to construct the new building.
Yeah, the goal is to spark economy, right? We don't have, what industries do we have that aren't already here, right? We need to, part of the EDC is exploring ways to spark connections. We have a lot of remote workers that are living here. They all work from home and they make great salaries, right? That's how they're able to live here because of the medium house and the cost. So being able to foster a community that can connect and then thrive, it's just an opportunity, in this, for our economy, right? That's outside of it's very vacation-oriented economy, right? Outside of the main, business hubs with the hospital and the school. So we're just exploring, like as the EDC, we're looking to spark something, right, and get something different going here. And there's definitely a trend of people who are moving here who are remote workers that work for remote companies and make a lot of money because they can afford to live here. But giving them a space to meet is important, right? So a survey, it may not be that target location, but understanding this information locally will help make decisions. And I do think it's important for the community.
Yeah, I think it's worth a try, and to Jamie's point, I think you need to give a little bit more information so that they have, like I said earlier about the narrative, a realistic expectation.
And when I sent the survey, the initial survey, there was no vandalism to the school, right? Because the school's sitting there doing nothing, it's getting destroyed, and it's just falling apart, which has happened to the other schools too, right? So we just want to see something happen to it, if it's possible, right? That's all.
To be fair, it did transform into a buzzing hub of activity last weekend.
So my only, I like the idea of gauging the interest and trying to figure out what we can do to build an economy, but I feel like if you roll back at any point, people say there's not enough housing, we need to solve the housing problem. So in the hierarchy of things, people probably would vibrate more about like, I can't buy anything, I can't rent anything, I can't live here, I can't stay here. And so, to me, I feel like it's a worthy initiative, but I think it's in conflict with the goal of trying to build affordable housing and trying to keep Jamie and the team in Union Studios moving forward. And so I don't know how to, I would like to be supportive, but I don't know if there's even
many
an
units,
interest.
right? So there's a lot of targets. I think one of the ways you could potentially make the survey more productive is potentially talk about a site, but also make it less site-specific. Because if the public sector is interested in this, you can frame the survey to get data back that also may spark private investment. So someone who may be looking at space that they own that's vacant, doesn't have a use, if there's enough interest where they cobble together some entrepreneurs, they may be able to, if they have 2,000 square feet of office space and can't find someone to fill that, they may be able to fill it with 10 people paying X number of dollars a piece. So there's still potential value in a survey. I think if you make it too site-specific without enough parameters, you know, I would have a question in there, what would you be willing to, what could you afford, or what would you be willing to pay for, you know, a 10 by 15 office with access to a conference room, and put some numbers in there. That would be transportable not only to the public sector, but to the private sector for someone trying to look and do space. So I think if you're going to do this, there's some value in it, but I still think the survey needs a little bit of work.
So I really think that resonates to like sort of make it less leaning towards Wakefield and saying like, go back to your larger mission. I forget which one of you said, to spark economic, San Diego. So just sparking economic activity and, you know, increasing the industry that exists here rather than the hospital or school. That was definitely you.
Right.
So I think that it's more appealing to gauge what the community wants and not be like, we're going to put you at Wakefield, because
yeah, that's fair.
Maybe we wouldn't, but maybe we would.
There's another target, yeah, because there are many targets, as you know. There are properties that are sitting there as opportunities for housing.
Right.
This one is just positioned, Wakefield is positioned, it's the best economic hub that we have as an option, because it's positioned right next to Main Street. It's on the park. That park can't be touched. This year they're going to be erecting stages and doing, you know, I don't know if you know, like the live events there this year. So let's say that it's a prime opportunity. That space is a public park, right? We want to make sure that we can take advantage of both the park and not lose the park because we're building housing in a certain area and then we lose the opportunity of the park. So I think that thinking about that space differently, there's a lot of opportunities for housing, but this is a prime space for our community and for the economy. So that's why we're targeting that space. But I understand, I think, to Jamie's point, we write a survey that's not targeting that, we don't say Wakefield Elementary, we get the interest, and then we can run the numbers on the space and then advise you guys that way.
Yeah. You cast a wider net, you get your universe of people who are interested, and then you can focus in. Some may be interested in Wakefield, some you may be able to find other places.
I think you have like less bias, or I don't know if that's the right word, but then when you do research.
Mr. President, I was wondering, can we approve item K with you know, pending conversation with the planning director on changes to the survey?
Well, how do we feel? Do we want to see the changes?
I would like
do
to
we feel
see
comfortable of giving the planning director the authority to approve it?
I think seeing the changes, like Councilman Berger said, I would agree with that.
All right. I got a few questions. Just curious. Now we've kind of shifted from survey specific to Wakefield to survey of interest in acute community hub in general. I'm trying to understand how information, that data or information you collect relative to interest in a community hub in general is useful. I mean, we just say, you know, how much are you willing to pay for a community hub, or how much are you willing to pay for 10 by 15 that gives you access to a conference room? All these questions. What data does that help us have here as a town?
So we have, again, a lot of remote workers here, and just my personal experience, I've met people randomly out at conference rounds, right? But so, let me finish. Excuse me. So like the idea is being able to connect these people that don't know they're here with each other. So giving an opportunity for the community to congregate and to ideate and meet each other. So that's like one of the concepts, and that's part of
one of the questions. I don't know if you looked at one of the questions if you're working remotely. So providing that one of those opportunities, that can create spark, right? And can create new businesses, and then you have the school locally where these kids come, they learn computer science, and they leave, right? So we're not retaining those businesses. So there's just opportunities to understand, can we foster and retain new industry here with the survey? Would a community space like this spark that, right? So those are the concepts, and how much they would pay would be, to Jamie's point, would it sustain both privately or a public space? That would be information that we'd gain from it.
Well, I guess my question, I understand what you're saying. My question was sort of distinguishing from if we identify the location, we know there's interest, and then we know, okay, we can fill it based on the data we've got. If we don't identify a location, it's just like data in general.
Yeah.
I'm trying to ask you how data in general is useful, but when we identify a location, I think it is useful, because then we know, here's the location.
Yeah, because I tell you, the local community would, the general consensus that I hear is that they would love for Wakefield to turn into something more community-based, Wakefield Elementary. But that creates bias. To Jamie's point, if we ask that, then everybody's going to be in favor of that.
So you think you can take the data in general and use that to show here's what the interest could be at Wakefield School, even though we didn't ask it specific to Wakefield School?
I think that Wakefield School would ignite and excite the community with some of the ideas, but to the point you're all making is that creates a bias, right? And you don't want to bend the ideas and then jeopardize the housing opportunity, right?
The last thing we would want is for us to create an angry audience of people mad at us that we're trying to address the complex affordable housing deficits. So and then we're going to create an energetic, creative business community who pushes and says you're ruining this for us, and we're but we were trying to fix this over here.
Okay, I think maybe what we should do, I started to come down on the sides where we're saying we want to just be realistic of it, that we have a temporarily available space. There's a lot of remote workers around there. Would they be willing to pay rent? And this would be the scenario. Okay, just to see what kind of interest there is. Right? And in addition to that, I was planning to go to the University of Rhode Island because I hate to name drop, but no, I know the dean of the College of Engineering. He went to the same school as I did at different times together. And, he told me that they always need incubator space. And I'm always reading in the paper that we're getting grants all over from URI, from, the blue economy and so forth. So I want to see if there's anybody interested over there to fund one of these grants. And then I talked to Jim the other day about the project manager. You guys all remember that? Another balloon there, but no. And we're going to go to URI and we're going to get a professor and a student to come and do an assessment of the project management capabilities in the town. Okay? And then, maybe URI would want to have an office there to do projects in the town. So we're just looking for a way to gauge the interest, put some kind of pro forma in front of you to decide if it's worth it, it's not worth it, whatever, and then proceed from there. And that's it. That's all we're trying to do.
Okay.
I just hate to put something out there that we're not going to really be able to follow through with. And I feel and we haven't even discussed the meeting on Thursday, but I perhaps some of the things that we may be trying to do things a little bit differently. And so I really want to continue the focus on, following through with the process that we've been through with all these schools and the community input and the, plans and so forth. I agree with my fellow colleagues on not trying to complicate it too much.
I'd say that one of the reasons that the data might be useful, right, is that, and correct me if I'm wrong, Randy, but I think that instead of the word incubator, you're looking for a co-working space, right? Is that kind of, in a sense, a little closer to what you're looking for? Because it creates that community, something province, you know. And
yeah, local events too, like a farmer's market, for example, or whatever use. I mean, we have EDC meetings at the gym, you know, so it could be used for a lot of things. To what Mike was saying.
Now, you can do this backwards too. You can also say,
yeah, from the Mike.
What if, without any data, let's assume that we could get this many tenants in these locations and this many tenants in those locations and the farmer's market and so forth. If we got all that, we could get this much revenue, and this is what we would forecast the expenses to be. Do we want to even do a survey at this point or not? I mean, we could do that exercise and tell you whether it's a blue sky or it's going to be profitable or not. And if it's close or we're barely breaking even, I don't know why we would do it. It just doesn't. It wouldn't make any sense. So,
excuse me, Roy, you just need a motion at this point.
There is a motion to continue after 11?
Second.
I'd just like to say that if we could just do 30 minutes, because it's very hard to maintain.
30 minutes for what?
Just extend just 30 more minutes and make another decision.
30 minutes.
More.
Oh, extend the meeting to 11:30?
And that's
At the very most.
at the very most.
We can't go past 11:30, that's just too much.
No, you can do that. I was just going to point out that you must get to 10L and you must get to 13B. Those two agenda items you absolutely have to get to this evening. So, but you do need to have a vote because there's been a motion and a second.
All right, I want to make a motion.
Hold on, what's the other one we have to get to?
13B.
I'm going to request that whoever made the motion to withdraw the motion and then make another motion that's specific that I'm going to make, meeting ends at 11:30. If that's what you prefer.
I just want to know that I'm going to get some sleep. That's all.
Right. Sleep, because we all need it.
Yeah, look, I have to get up at 7 o'clock, but I'm down to do the whole meeting. So, are we make a motion to extend the meeting after 11 o'clock?
All right, has that motion been made? All right, so if you wish for the meeting to end at 11:30, you're going to make a motion to continue after 11 through 11:30.
Second.
I didn't make that motion.
I make a motion to continue after 11, but to stop at 11:30.
Second.
And to make sure we get to the important things. Right.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? I just do want to point out there are members of the audience that have been sitting here the entire meeting who do expect to present on their communication items. Just want to point that out.
We have to do that too, so let's prioritize.
So I'm going to just indicate now, I'm going to be opposing the motion. Any other discussion?
I'm also opposing the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Nay.
All right, that motion fails. Go ahead, continue on. We need a motion to continue on.
Motion to extend the meeting past 11 o'clock.
Second.
Motion, second, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right, that passes.
So, Mr. McEntee, speaking again, I guess very quickly, I think the simple thing to summarize this evening is we'll look at a survey that potentially complements the housing initiative versus competes with it. I'll work with both Josh and Mike to see if we can refine some costs, refine the survey, and if we can't refine the costs, we may not even have the survey. But I'll work with them in the next couple of weeks to see if we can bring something back to you at your either maybe second meeting in May.
All right, you in agreement with that?
Yeah, it's good.
All right.
Very good. Thank you, guys, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. I don't even think we need a motion on that. All right. All right, next up we got item L. Brian Sylvia, come on up.
Good evening. Before you this evening is authorization on bond anticipation notes of an amount not to exceed $55 million. The projected cost for the bond anticipation notes would be interest of $1,750,000 at an interest rate of 3.19%. The interest would be coming due 1 year from when we'd be issuing, so it would be June of next year. The interest would be coming due at the end of the next fiscal year. Original projection was $61 million. Again, we've touched on some of this earlier, but now it's going to be coming down to $55 million. Trying to keep it brief. I know you have a little more to go, so I don't know if you want to hear any more about it, or I'll turn it over to questions, I guess.
Any questions for Brian on this? I'll just ask a quick one here. So we anticipate that we're going to issue a series of bands. Is it 2? Is it 3?
2.
2 of them?
Potentially 3, but definitely 2.
So the first one 55, the second one potentially around?
The current projection that we received as part of the bands this year would result in bands next year of $63 million. So and it would actually be coupled. It would be $118 million. So it would be the 55 plus the 63. So the 55 would roll.
And the second round of bands, that's also a 12-month maturity?
That's correct.
Interest only?
That's correct.
Balloon type of payment?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve item 10L.
Second.
Thank you.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor? All right. That passes.
Mr. President, I'd like to table item 10M and for the next meeting, but I'd like it to be item A at the next meeting. So.
All right. Got a motion to continue item M to the next town council meeting, Tuesday, Monday in May. We have a motion and a second. The discussion.
We're talking speed hump next meeting, folks. Lock in.
All in favor? Aye. All right. That passes. It's going to bring us to our second round of public comment. If you haven't spoken and you wish to speak now, I invite you to come on up. We just ask you to introduce yourself and limit to 5 minutes.
Good evening, it's Doral Beasley. I'm starting out with a question that Mr. James O'Neill wanted me to make sure I asked, and it was, has the governor signed the homestead exemption legislation?
It's not relevant because 7 days have passed since it passed the House and Senate, which makes it become law. Am I correct on that, Mike Costello?
Assuming the time period has run, you are correct. I believe it has.
All right. So everybody knows it's hardly an hour goes by today, for me anyway. Sitting in your house, your phone's by your side. You get notification after notification. This happens, that happens in this country, almost all of which is initiated by the administration in Washington, D.C. And a comment a little earlier about whether or not we should be careful about the DEI initiatives that this town may have been open to in the past, that we should worry about doing it in the future. And I believe that was a mistake. Okay, they want to, administration in Washington wants to whitewash the history of this country to let people think that we didn't bring slaves into the United States. And this town, South Kingstown, is part of that. We can't do that. We owe it to the people that live here that don't look like us, that don't come to these meetings, that are part of this community. We should be open to anybody to listen to them, to not denigrate them, be their religious belief, their sexual orientation, the color of their skin, whether they're foreign-born or native-born. We can't do that, okay? We're going to lose our soul if we do that, soul as a community. So there's going to be a lot of pressure on you guys over the next 3 years and 9 months. Oh my God. So I'm hoping that you'll take that into consideration and don't just jump on board the bandwagon because it's easy. It makes it easier for you to do your jobs.
Thank you, Doyle. Anyone else in the audience wish to speak? All right, we're going to move on now to the town manager's report. Jim, in the interest of time, is there anything that we could continue to the next meeting?
I'm happy to talk in a couple of weeks about the garden.
Perhaps quarterly financial report could wait about 2 weeks?
Yes. The only other thing we need to talk about was the color of the website. You want to wait on that?
Can that wait about 2 weeks?
Can we just forward our answers to Lori? That's what I did.
I think number 3.
All right, so we'll put the color scheme out again. You can just vote on it.
So
Can it wait 2 weeks? I mean, I prefer to see the samples that I thought we would be able to see. Well, I mean, that's just shades of color like paint.
If she has them, she can put them. You can put them on, right?
he wants like
Can
a
we wait?
model.
Oh, they're on samples. All right.
Let's just do it in 2 weeks.
Let's do it in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
We'll continue it.
Okay.
Can we have?
I mean, the garden thing is extremely important.
It is very important, Jim, but in the interest of time, I will leave the sacrifice.
Okay, thank you. Yep, we're good.
And
We're
for
good. Brian,
for the benefit
just
of-
gonna wait 2 weeks to quarterly report? Okay, yes, we're good.
And for the benefit of the public, the quarterly report is attached to the agenda anyway.
Yes.
All right, it's going to bring us to communication item 13A, an email dated April 11, 2025, from Joaquin Anthony Malone, South County Pride Board, requesting to fly the LGBTQ plus pride flag outside of Town Hall for the month of June. Thank you for coming.
Hi everyone, my name is Zoe Dellert. I am a member of the South County Pride Board representing the board tonight. I'll keep it as brief as possible, but the South County Pride Board was founded in 2021, started as a social distance car parade by 2 high school students in the South Kingstown High School during the COVID-19 pandemic, and since then every year it has continued and the foundation has flourished with a yearly event in June every year in downtown Wakefield. That event will continue this year on June 14th. We also have a yearly scholarship. This is our second year. We're awarding 2 scholarships to high school students in the LGBTQ+ and ally communities. And we have sent an email as listed in 13A where we have requested to fly the LGBTQ+ pride flag outside of Town Hall for the month of June in conjunction with our event and to celebrate and recognize inclusivity and welcoming of the community in our town.
Excellent. Mike Rostillo, I know we have the flag policy.
You do. I can read the sentence. It says the pride flag, this is your policy, the pride flag shall be flown for a day
and then there's S in parentheses if you want to do more than a day, in June from a flagpole is directed by the town manager.
And last year, I believe we did it for a week. Is that right? Can anyone recall?
I think so, yeah.
Yes, I do believe it was for a week.
Any interest in considering that?
I'd like to do it for a week.
Okay.
And just remind me, wasn't there a question about which flagpole is allowed?
Well, it was, but we rectified that. We put a cross beam on this pole here. So the first year I was here, we flew it at the police station. We put that cross beam at the front of town hall, and now we could fly up to 3 flags. With the American flag, obviously, the Rhode Island flag. We could fly one more flag.
All right. 1 week. Have any desire for any specific dates?
Probably the week of the event, so I would say June 7th to the 14th. My math is right?
Cool.
Okay.
So here a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you very much.
All right, we have a motion to fly the pride flag June 7th through the 14th. We have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
It'll be a fun festival.
All right.
Yes, you should all come. Very family friendly for all ages, and we'd love to have you.
All right, thank you. All right, it's going to move us to item B. Jim, you want to just give a quick briefing on this one?
Yes, so the Verizon company, this went before the council maybe about 2 months ago for the first letter. So Verizon is competing for a broadband contract with the state as a grant. And I contacted the Rhode Island Department of Commerce, and they did encourage the town to support a company that stepped forward and wanted to do this, which is Verizon. Now, any company that put in, we probably would have done the same thing, but Verizon's the only one that reached out to the town to make it, and it makes it more competitive for Verizon. They expanded the areas that they want to put a network in. They included more areas within South Kingston. I don't have them in front of me, but so they're asking for another letter, which would kind of amend the first one that we sent. So I would support this in view of the research I did on it. It's all true.
And the goal is to provide internet access for unserved and underserved areas.
That's correct.
Populations.
That's correct.
Motion approved.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes. Jim, could you get the number of how many households this would, not tonight obviously, but how many households this would affect, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, all in favor? Aye. All right, that passes. Item C is an email dated April 21, 2025 from Ken Burke, SK USA 250th Anniversary Committee concerning a pro forma budget request in the amount of $180,000. Ken, welcome.
Thank you very much. I'll try to be quick here. The 250th committee has been meeting for the last 3 months at the council's direction. We've been meeting every other week. And the short version is we have what we're calling a pro forma budget. We've shrunk down a series of events that we'd like to host for the nation's 250th celebration. I'll quickly run through them. We will start with a historical speaker series. We have John and Karen Desmond here tonight. Actually, we also have Russ Donato and Kate Sullivan from our committee. John had helped us out in the 300th in terms of a very successful speaker series that's intended to go from January through September. We are planning on highlighting the Kingston Free Library as it's one of the original saint houses that were rotated at the birth of our nation. We're also considering what we're calling a Saugatucket encampment. We've had some good engagement with the Pawtucket Rangers, the Rhode Island Reds, and it's a historically accurate enactment of an encampment right here in Saugatucket Park. I believe you may have seen a preview of a storyboard that we put together for that event. Of course, supporting the town's annual Old Mom Field 4th of July celebration is something that we're also going to partner with the Recreation Department. We have a family day planned at the town beach. We will not be setting things ablaze as we did a couple years ago, although we would like to do that. We've been told that it's off the table, which is fine. And we do plan on commemorating the revolutionary veterans from South Kingstown. We have listed over 107 Revolutionary War heroes from the town of South Kingstown. And that'll be a year-long process. We do have some understanding that there may be some grant money coming down the pike. Ms. Lauren Fogarty is here from the 250th Commission from the Secretary of State's office, and there is some opportunity for fundraising. We are simply setting the ceiling for our budget. We have not gotten granular yet, so we're seeking your endorsement so that we can work through the town manager's office for this programming.
All right, thank you, Ken. Any questions for Ken on this?
What does a pro forma budget mean?
Very generally, we looked at the 300th budget. We set a very high-level budget, about 360. The actual expenses about 340, dropped down by about half. That is simply constraining our programming. We're not going to come in over that. We're going to try to come in well under that. We're also going to supplement that with grant money and some fundraising. So we don't want to overburden the town budgets, is the short version.
So it means a projected budget.
Okay.
So are you looking for an endorsement, or are you looking for a check for 180?
At this point, it's an endorsement. I'd like to go work through the town manager's office. He'd have to determine which accounts are available for this. We do have a need to start placing some deposits if we're to basically compete with the rest of the community, the state, in terms of some of these services. It's all focused on 4th of July next year. So eventually there will be some cash that comes from the town.
Do you have a more formal budget with respect to the deposits, at least?
That's something that we're actively working on right now. We working through John and Karen. Their speaker series is coming in under our pro forma budget. Similarly, it's looking like some of the militia that we're talking to will come under our budget as well. Again, at this early stage, having about, I think we've had about 8 meetings. We haven't really started creating contracts. We need the authority to do so, so we need the counsel for the town manager to help constrain our program so we can then get granular and provide detailed information to you're asking right now. But we've only been at this for 3 months.
So I think the council supports, the ideas of the different events that you've outlined here. But any expenditure in excess of $10,000 requires town council approval. I think at this point, you're sort of working with, pro forma, as you said, sort of a projected budget, but not with certain costs at this time. So I think it's sort of difficult to just sort of, give, I guess, our endorsement of the pro forma budget of $180,000 when we really don't know the fine-tuned figures. We really don't know, what amount we're actually authorizing the town to expend or the committee to expend. I think, maybe it makes more sense. We're 2 months away from the year-end, fiscal year-end, when we'll know, or soon thereafter, we'll know the actual results of our current budget. And if our budget surplus happens to be better than anticipated, or our collection rate happens to be better than anticipated, maybe there's some excess monies that go into our undesignated fund balance where we could say, we could use a little portion of that toward, helping fund the 250th committee here. I also think it makes sense to, try to seize all other avenues for raising money that you can. Whatever you guys did on the 300th anniversary committee, you guys did a great job of finding funds, raising funds, whether there be fundraising efforts and other sources. I think you should definitely try to tap into that again. I just think it's a little premature now to just say, we're in agreement, but we do want to support you. As to how much financial support, I think we're a little unsure, both parties here, as to how much it will cost and how much we can actually give you. That's my take.
I wonder if we could direct the town staff to work with Mr. Burke and the rest of the 250th anniversary committee to get into the granular of what would that be, and then you can come back and tell us exactly what we're going for this pro forma budget. But does that sound responsible to you?
That's fine. I would ask, however, for some seed funding. If they're capped at $10,000, we will be in a position to start placing deposits for the militia groups. They're going to be scattered all over New England. If you would entertain that, that would be helpful.
What is it? What do you think a deposit?
I've talked to the colonel from the Patuxent Rangers. They're similar to the groups that have been performing for the parades. They could range in the thousands of dollars, so it's probably going to be a fraction of that. I'm going to say in the hundreds of dollars. We're looking at at least 3 groups of militia for that specific event. So it could be around 1,500.
Yeah, so the 3 parades, I think, are funded through the town. We have $7,000 for 3 parades. So you're not actually doing a parade at all, correct?
No, it's very, very different. This is an encampment.
An encampment at Saugatucket Park.
Yes.
Which I think is I love the connection to the Revolutionary. I think that's a great theme to stick with, but I don't know. You just saw us do battle about the budget, and so in the context of this, I'm like, this is great, but we didn't on the other side, so it's just hard to with such a vague amount, it feels like almost like we need more details on each of the events, because I'm also wondering, how could a family day at the town beach cost $75,000?
Oh, sure. Understood. Yeah, we had to start somewhere. I put a ceiling up there. It's high. Understood.
I mean, because I think we run the whole beach for, I don't know, not that, but.
And again, going back to the 300th show, that was about $341,000. So we're trying to be half that amount. So.
And I think you're seeing that the council is supportive of the 250's actions, but we'll spend an hour arguing over pennies, right? So if you don't mind getting back to us with a little more detail, I think that it would be helpful for us to digest and talk about a little bit more clearly again.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
And Ken, perhaps when you know the deposit amount and when it needs to be paid, we could talk about a potential communication item at a subsequent meeting where we can actually take up, here's the amount we need by a certain date to make sure this can actually happen.
Okay.
The seed money concept you were talking about, that makes sense.
Yeah.
We'll see it. Ken, you're a quick worker. You'll be here in 2 weeks. I know you.
Thank you.
And thank you for waiting.
Wait, Ken, are you in agreement with where we're going with this, or?
I mean, at this late stage, I'm going to say thank you.
No pun intended. 11/26.
Yes. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ken. All right. We're going to move to item D, an email dated April 23, 2025 from Dorothy Hill, Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee concerning communication with the Rhode Island Department of Transportation relative to the Kingstown Road resurfacing project. Dorothy, welcome.
Great, thanks. Dorothy Hill, Kingston, chair of the DPAC. My letter, that's really concerns just a really small piece of road, a small piece of Kingston Road, but it's an important place. There's a lot going on in that little stretch. There's the library, there's the park, right across, people crossing. There's going to be the new improved Old Mount Field and the high school. And what we have is we have a beautiful neighborhood that the road runs through. The town staff has been incredible in working with RIDOT and trying to get the road paved. Rich Bourbonnais did an incredible job in getting them to agree to that. But I think that what's at issue is calming the traffic, and we don't have that element. That's the one element we don't have. We have these beautiful ADA ramps now that are going in that are making it easier for folks to cross. We've got the bump outs coming in. Right now, the condition of the road is keeping people driving a little bit slower, but once it's paved, it's going to be a lot faster. It's going to be a problem. And we really want the town and the people to be able to move around and feel safe. Just looking back at all of the studies and all of the plans that the town has asked for over the years, and just looking back, Healthy by Design, it was a $225,000 grant, and one of the pieces that I really picked out there was that 88% of the people polled said that they feel safe from crime in walking, no problem. 47% said they feel safe because of traffic, walking because of traffic. So it's an issue. We know it. We've had the Healthy by Design. We've had the ARPA money that went for looking at how we can make the roads safer, some areas safer. We have the Community Comprehensive Plan. I don't know what that cost. That gave us some answers to what people wanted. And the village studies, there's studies and studies and studies, but I think the people know what they want, and they've spoken, and they want a safe way to walk and move around. It's good for the community, and I know that Town Councilor Wedgemont wanted to talk about this. The BPAC, just to go back a little bit, created during the pandemic a master plan, and number one on the master plan was a recommendation that we get a traffic study done to help with traffic calming around. So this is something that is on the minds of BPAC. It's something that we talk about all the time. And the town staff has gone, I think, as far as they can with regards to RIDA. That's what we're hearing. And they've done an incredible job working with RIDA, no question. But I guess my question or my ask of you is what more can be done? Is there anything more that can be done to make that roadway safe? Are there traffic calming measures that can be taken? Can we compel RIDOT to do more? Is there something that the town council as elected officials can do to make that roadway, that one little stretch that's so valuable to the town, the library, the two parks, the new high school? So
all right, thank you. Jim, I know you have regular communication with RIDOT, especially as it relates to the state roads in the town that they're working on. Can you speak to this a little bit?
Sure. Do you want to continue the meeting for 30 more minutes?
No.
I'm only kidding. All right. So, yes, Rhode Island DOT has been very responsive to our request for Route 108, the area you're talking about, specifically that area. So Rich Bourbonnais, Luke, and Jamie Wright, we all walked there. We all agree it's not a good place. Well, they came right out at our request within 24 hours notice, and they agreed to do the 800-foot section at a cost of nearly $200,000 that they will cover it this year, curb to curb. So the traffic calming thing is a little more complicated. We also walked Main Street. One of the areas we talked about there that we would have liked were the raised crosswalks, like the 4-inch raised crosswalks. And the answer was unequivocally no from DOT. The reason was that they gave us for those raised areas was that they were issues with maintenance, plowing, rescue vehicles, and that the rest of the state would want them everywhere as well, and they're very expensive to put in. But, you know, I called the deputy director and asked personally, is this a hard no? And the answer was yes, sorry, it's a hard no. But the positive news is the other things they're looking at is striping, signage, brighter lights up and down the roads, especially the Main Street Road and that area where the library is. So we've made some headway, but and those are all traffic calming devices, but not hard traffic calming devices like bump outs or the raised areas. So we're still working with them. We have a good relationship with them, and we'll just continue.
If I can just ask, Main Street, we already have those, and I don't know that it's raised, but it's, and even on High Street, they look different. You can tell it's a crosswalk. It's got a little rumble to it.
Yeah, not to interrupt you, but I agree with you 100%, and that's one of the things we asked for. They did commit to doing crosswalks that will look much different than the roadway.
Okay. And the other thing, if you look at Upper College Road, and I use that kind of as an example because it's a nice gradual, but it's the painting on the roadway. Even if it's not raised, your eye goes to that. And maybe there's some kind of, and I'm not a traffic engineer, but I know that there's different design elements that can be used.
And we talked about that as
right,
well.
so that the driver sees, oh, there's something coming. Yep. They see it on the roadway.
Yep, and
right.
that's part of their striping program.
Okay.
Yes, that's stuff we are working on.
So I know that we moved the conversation for speed humps for next time, so I'm looking forward, and I hope you're at the next meeting where we do discuss that, so we can go further with that. To echo what Manager Manning said, Director Alviti sent me a letter in March saying that they're going to be prioritizing the construction season of a contractor for 108, specifically in that area, you know, the bottom line is that they're going to be trying to really hit it this construction season. I think that you're totally right, though, right? We need to, as a town, continue to try to make our streets safer for non-vehicles. And I'm just glad for what the BPAC does for our town. Thank you.
So I hear Dorothy, and I do have concerns about people walking. I think a lot of it also comes from people speeding. So I had a conversation with the chief at the EMS, or was it Luke, or both of them, at the EMS groundbreaking, and great job to everyone who was there at the groundbreaking on Friday. But I think we need to talk about whatever we can do to reduce the speeding, because even in the safe streets, the busiest or most dangerous was Kersey Road, and we spent many meetings with Ms. Horton asking us to address a crosswalk there, but we do need to deal with the speeding. So if at some future meeting we could have the chief talk about what options we have. I don't care about tickets. I want people to slow down. So the goal is, like, how do we get people to slow down? And maybe that is upping our enforcement game in some way. But if we could hear what our options were and then begin to be mindfully planning to implement some of these things. I don't know what a flock camera is. They said to ask you, but I'll ask you at another time. But whatever we need to do to sort of slow people down on all the main roads and...
That's an anti-crime type camera rather than a speed enforcement.
I don't know what anything is related to speeding enforcement. Well, we're just told they're expensive and not going to be done by DOT, so I don't know. I think we have to go another way.
I went by 2 speed bumps today in Providence in the Elmhurst neighborhood. They were perfectly fine. No one's first responders having difficulties getting there, but that's my 2 cents, and we should table that discussion until next week.
So a larger discussion about speeding maybe would be helpful too.
Dorothy, I think in response to your question there, I think we just need to continue to go through Town Manager Jim Manny. One of the reasons he's so good is he has relationships with the head of these state agencies. He can pick up the phone. He can have a real conversation. What can he actually do for the town here? We can try to do stuff, but really we empower Jim Manny to act on the day-to-day and to work with the agencies to help the town. And he's done that great up to this point. So.
And even more important, we are making headway. The only thing I think we will not get are the raised tables that would cross the road. But once again, the striping, reflective, lighting, signage, pavement, sidewalks, all that stuff is all stuff we've addressed, and I think we're gonna fare very well on Route 108, Main Street, hopefully Main Street, Route 108, and Route 138, especially in the next few years.
Will you be able to share what their design ideas are?
Sure, of course. And then once we get it, I mean, we're still at the discussion stage. There are 10 engineers, people from DOT walking Main Street, all wearing reflective vests with the staff. Took 4 hours to go through that. So I've never seen
108 on 108.
No, Main Street they were doing it. So I've never seen that before, so that's a positive sign. That was about 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago. And also the pedestrian study that DOT committed to, that's all part of it. It's like a discussion, it's about staff, it's about feedback, and then it's about, there have been 5 pedestrians injured on state roads in the past 18 months, I think it is. So they're taking it serious. But yes, the answer is yes, we will present it and show you what the progress is, the council and feedback.
All right. Thank you, Dorothy.
Thank you, Jim, for, for being Jim, right? That's really all I'm able to say at this point, but thanks.
All right, that's going to bring us to the end here. Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Can I
Are we sure about this? All in favor? Aye. All right, this meeting is over.